And welcome back here to Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. I'm James Auld, this is Anthony Jordan. We're commentating on now the semi-finals, and the three semi-finals that is, and the grand final of the British Rental Kart 2023. Anthony, it's fair to say we've seen some amazing racing so far. There are some names in and importantly out of the semi-finals that have caused a bit of a surprise, but every position is deserved. Basically, there have been 100 drivers. They've been whittled down to 30 for these semi-finals. They're going to continue scoring, and the top 10 scorers at the end of the three semi-finals go through to the grand final itself. They're in the grand final. They're fighting for what, £1,000 first prize, aren't they?
Yeah.
That is in cash. Or a cheque, at least, a bank transfer at this stage, maybe. But certainly it's an amazing, prize to be giving out. And we're going to see him race for it. Now, basically, Anthony, they're heading out. Anything that you want to sort of add that you've noticed so far this year?
Well, I think the main thing that we've seen so far is the, it's been the pit stops. Well,
errors.
Yeah, the pit stop errors.
Yeah.
And of course, when it comes to the semi-finals and of course the finals, you don't want to be doing things like that. So yeah, that's going to be the main important thing that we need to take away from this one. In terms of the actual racing itself, it's been pretty decent, I've got to say.
Yeah, the racing's been amazing, and it has to be said that sterling performances by names we don't normally associate with the BRKC or international level karting. Obviously, with the pit stops being a factor, it's some people have actually had to learn it on the fly. We're going to have a look in a second at the first of the semi-finals, the grids. They'll be coming up. The drivers are beginning to get in the karts, so the first semi-final will be underway very soon. If we have a look at this, well, we've got the top scorer. That's Vika Schlets. He's had an amazing weekend, 4 heat races and 4 wins. The Dutch driver. Ivan Shana's up there, the Hungarian multi-champion in Hungary, now focusing internationally. One of Britain's big hopes, Sam Slater. Formula Fast here, regular driver and constant favourite. He's a couple of times been second in the BRKC. Sorry, wrong person there. Sean Brierley was last year's champion. What am I saying?
Yes,
second.
yeah.
Yeah, so Sean Brierley, 4th there. He's last year's champion. Sebastian Miller, an amazing win earlier, threw him into this semi-final. Ryan Curtin, the American, who's actually won a couple of races and had a 3rd place despite a pit stop penalty. Charlie Ratford, 16 yesterday, amazing couple of victories, including today's. Was an outstanding result there. Eliander Vos, another young driver, this time from over in Europe. Dante Dillon, another British driver, and Gary Jones has managed to make it through. We weren't sure whether Gary was going to make it, but he's obviously just about got in there, and we'll have to see what he can do. That's the first semi-final race coming up. What do you think of that? Who would you be looking at for the victory in this race?
Well, I mean, you can't take away Vika Schlets. I mean, he's won absolutely everything, hasn't he? He's starting on pole position for this one as well. Yeah. So, he's got the perfect opportunity to just get in and drive away. It's one of the. But I mean, all of these drivers have been absolutely rapid all weekend. But yeah, you've just got to give it to Vika Schlets.
And that's the interesting thing there, because Vika Schlets, we're dealing with a driver who's won every race. He's got maximum points. Yeah. He actually does not need to do that well in this race to make the final.
No, he could relax.
Because if he just gets, if he had a 5th place out of it, he still might be going through because he's got so many points from the semis. Obviously, Gary Jones, he's under pressure down that bottom end there. These guys are under a lot of pressure to do very well indeed if they want a final spot. So some people are going to be pushing very hard. Some people are going home at the end of this, and I think the driving will represent that. Yep. There's going to be some guys in this with very little to lose indeed, Anthony. So you're going to be in the pit lane as always, yeah. And so you'll be keeping an eye on the pit stops. Obviously, for the semi-finals, those who've been watching on the live stream, we're dealing with one single pit stop for the semi-finals, but when we get to the final, they're going to have to make 2.
Yes.
So that is going to make it, well, what we've been seeing this weekend, Anthony, it's just going to make it harder for some, isn't it?
Exactly. Twice the chance of making a mistake.
Yep. So imagine getting a penalty in every stop. It's going to be 4 pit stops in one race. Oh, dear me. Will they do a lap?
Well, maybe. Yeah, who knows? Well, they've got an extra 10 minutes in the final, haven't they?
This is true. It's a slightly longer race. But, yeah, we're going into this one. 50 pence on the table, Anthony. Who's the money on? Vika?
To win the race?
Yep.
Yeah, Vika.
Vika, it's got to be really Vika as the favourite in that one, but we can expect some sparks from Charlie Ratford, Ryan Curtin, Ivan Shana and Sam Slater, and who could possibly rule out last year's champion, Sean Brierley.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll see what's happening. We'll be going down live. They're all in the karts now, so down in the pit lane there. So we hope you stay with us. The first of 3 semi-finals. As we've already pointed out, people like Vika Schlets don't need to win this, but try telling that to Vika.
Exactly that.
Indeed. So let's see what's happening. We're going out to qualify now.
Leave it to it.
So I'll see you down. You'll be down the pit there,
will.
Anthony. And it looks like Sean Briley's taking a kart, not from the lineup, but from the spare kart lineup in the at the back of the pits, off to the side there. So we'll see what happens with him. He's going to be the last one out to attempt to qualify. So as they go around, we have the first driver through is going to be Ivan Shana, and he's going to start his qualifying lap right now. And then it is which Charlie Ratford in second there, and there's Gary Jones, and there's Eliot de Vos. These guys are all on their qualifying laps. Vika Schlitz goes through. There's Sam Slater following Vika Schlitz, and Ryan Curtin. And there's Dante Dillon, and there is Sean Briley. So Sean Briley is going to be the final qualifier there. He's going to, when I say final qualifier, I mean the final one onto the qualifying lap. He may well be a lot further up in the final qualifier when the times come in. So here's Ivan Shana. He's going to set the benchmark. What do we got? He's got the checkered flag, and Ivan Shana is fastest currently. Charlie Ratford's gone quicker. Charlie Ratford, provisional pole. Gary Jones into third. Elian de Vos third. Faster is Sebastian Miller. He's first. And Sam Slater's gone quicker. Sam Slater's the fastest. Ryan Curtin into second. Dante Dillon into fifth. And Sean Briley has ended up in 10th place. Last year's champion has ended up in 10th place. Now, this could be quite a surprise here. So last year's champion, Sean Briley, is going to be starting from the 10th place. He has a lot of points going into this, but he was, fourth highest scorer going into this of this group. But maybe if he stays in 10th, that won't be enough. There's Sean Briley with the yellow helmet at the back. Last year's champion, Eliana Rosso ahead of him, and Gary Jones ahead of him. Vika Schlitz there further up in the golden helmet. Vika Schlitz is starting 7th. The top point scorer starting 7th. Now, Anthony, we were talking that Vika Schlitz maybe, there's some conversation there. Vika Schlitz and Eliana de Vos, Blue Star teammates. But Vika Schlitz, we were saying he might not need to actually win this thing. Well, he's starting 7th, so it's going to be a hard job to do so. Anthony, there's some people here, Vika Schlitz particularly, and Sean Briley, with a lot of work to do.
Yes, they do indeed. Yeah, that is a surprise. I wasn't expecting to see these sort of drivers' names down that far in the grid. But like I say, they've got 20 minutes plus that pit stop to show if they can close those gaps.
Absolutely, and they have qualified lower down at the expense of arguably the more desperate, such as Sebastian Miller, Charlie Ratford and Dante Dillon there in the top half, but lower top half. Now, coming around to take the start, it is Sam Slater will lead the way. Sam Slater with Ryan Curtin behind him, and Slater makes the start there, and it's a good, clean start. They've all got away nice and clean. Now, will there be some early moves? Will there be some early pit stops? We will be finding out soon enough, but it's Slater in the lead in the Snell section. Coming out of the Snell section now, the pace picks up away from the Snell section. It just gets faster and faster from here on in. There's a kart coming to a stop, though. Somebody's been in the wall. That's Gary Jones. Somebody got turned around going into the Snell section, and poor old Gary Jones at the back of the field. That is obviously good news to someone like Sean Briley, who's trying to work through. He's one place up already. So Sam Slater crossing the line with the lead. Ryan Curtin, the American, and there's Sebastian Miller, followed by Charlie Ratford. A little bit of a gap then to Dante Dillon, but fractional gap. There goes Gary Jones. And his semi-final has just seriously gone downhill there. However, this is where the strategies come in. Gary Jones, it's not over yet. He can rely on people battling. He can rely on fumbled pit stops. He's just going to make a very clean race of his own to try and pull back through the order there. Now, Sam Slater trying to open a gap on Ryan Curtin as they cross the line. He's got a couple of kart lengths. Into third place goes, is Miller, and Charlie Ratford still fourth. Anthony, a very good start for everybody except Gary Jones. He's got a lot of work to pull back from that.
Yeah, that is a real shame for Gary Jones, especially this early on into the race. It's kind of his race has ended before it even started, but he's stayed out there. He's not just pulled straight into the pits and given up, so he's going to give it his all. Yeah,
he's just got to see what he ends up with at the end of this. Obviously, points situation means he unlikely will be making the final, but we will see what happens. In the meantime, Sam Slater, he's getting a little bit of a gap to Ryan Curtin. I wouldn't call it much of a gap, more of a breathing space gap. Curtin is second place, Sebastian Miller is third, and Charlie Ratford is in fourth. Then a little bit of a gap maybe to Ivan Shana in fifth, And then, of course, it's Dylan, Schlett, DeVos, Briley and Gary Jones at the tail there. So Sam Slater continues on. No pit visitors yet. No one feels they're out of position. No one rolling the dice. If we were to speculate, Anthony, and suggest an early pit visitor, who do you reckon it might be? Could it be Sean Briley, do you think?
Well, that is a tough one to call, really. I mean, Gary Jones probably isn't going to be that person. Yes, okay, he's had that incident and he's at the back and he's not really doing very well. But, you know, if he can have that opportunity to get up into that order, great. So far, if anyone's being held up, if anything, I reckon it could be Sebastian Miller, you know, in P3.
Yeah, Miller, part of what is a two-kart sort of logjam behind Ryan Curtin now. Ryan Curtin is holding that second place. It's fair to say that an early pit stop now will be because the driver fell out of place and was being held up. At this level, no driver is holding anyone up. The standard is so high, we're probably talking, you know, really top of any heat here. So as they come down the backstretch, we're not really expecting anyone in unless someone just really goes for, you know, a gamble of rolling the dice. Now, Charlie Ratford has closed in to Sebastian Miller, so that would suggest that they're sort of backing up a little bit behind Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin has been very fast all weekend. He's won races, and so Ryan Curtin never really be considered someone as off the pace, but that may well be how Sebastian Miller and definitely Charlie Ratford see him at the moment. Oh, an arm up, Charlie Ratford. So, not sure about that, Sebastian. It's a bit early, but put the arm up, but maybe he's coming in. Maybe he's coming in. No, he's not.
No, he's not.
He might well have been signalling somebody, possibly the driver behind, was Ivan Shana.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's he's probably already learned strategy and signals and stuff like that. That's likely to be a bit of a work with me, mate, or something like that. Obviously, he's not signalling to Sebastian Miller in front because Sebastian Miller is not looking behind. So almost certainly that will be something to do with Ivan Shana behind. There's maybe some sort of discussion back in the pits there about what means what. So we'll see. No, he's coming in. He's coming in.
He is, yeah. He's pulled off to the side. So Charlie Ratford in the pit lane. Our first pit stop, and it's early on in the session. It's good on gate 1. Charlie then comes into gate number 2. And it is good. Green lights out. He goes out and he's in front of Gary Jones.
No, he's not. Gary Jones is trying to do him around the outside. It's side by side. Gary Jones on the outside. But yes, Charlie Ratford does hang on in there. So you are actually right, Anthony. But I tell you what, it was a close run thing because Gary Jones gave him a real run for his money. Jones found himself turned round at the Snell section to begin with, and he's feeling pretty racy. Is he going to make a move and him down the inside here? Because Jones on the backstretch is all
and another pit. Another pit. The number 15 is in the pit lane now. It's Sebastian Miller. I did say he was going to be one of the early ones. He wasn't the earliest, but he was the second earliest. He gets 2 green lights and he's back out, but behind both Gary and Charlie.
Yeah, well, that's not worked out then for Sebastian Miller. He would have intended to get out in front of them. What is crucial in that is that it's what we were thinking of earlier, Ryan Curtin. Both of those pitters were sat right behind Ryan Curtin, so it may well be that Ryan Curtin's somewhat off the pace relative to what it has been. Ivan Shana is now closing in on Curtin. Will he be the next pit visitor, or will it be somebody else? So the first 2 to duck out and take to the pit lane have been Charlie Ratford and Sebastian Miller. Now, Gary Jones is in between them, but we know he's not in contention with them. Jones has not made a pit stop. What happened with Jones was he got turned around going into the Snell section on the opening lap, and he's basically on something of a recovery drive now. Now, Ivan Shana has caught up with Ryan Curtin, so the question is, will Ryan Curtin be considered a bit of a roadblock for Ivan Shana, and therefore Shana heading to the pit lane? He could be with you soon, Anthony. On the other hand, he might just sit there for half the race.
He could do that indeed, yeah. We'll just have to see. Time will tell.
Fastest on the track so far is the race leader. It's Britain's Sam Slater. 30.2 is very fast for this early stages of the race. Sam Slater leading that semi-final. He wants no combat in this one. He just wants to go on his serene way and take the victory and move into the final itself. Sam Slater, he's leading the way. He's building up a bigger lead. His eyes are on a bigger prize than just a race result in this race. Semi-final, he's after the final, and he's after a lot of points so that he can be better placed in the initial draw of who's running first and who's picking what kart in what order, so he gets the kart he wants. Now, Sam Slater crossing the line. Ryan Curtin is going to be second, and Ivan Shana is not going to come into the pits. He's staying behind Ryan Curtin. Are they being closed in on by the flying Dante Dillon? If they are, Dante Dillon's bringing Vika Schlett with him. Eliana De Vos will be trying to stay with him, but he can't. De Vos is some way back from Schlitz. It's probably about a 10-kart gap there between the two Blue Star teammates down in, what are they now, 5th and 6th. So is Shana coming in? No, he's not. Dylan has now caught up on the back of Ivan Shana. Now, we are seeing everybody piling up behind Ryan Curtin, Anthony. So Ivan Shana, by not coming in, not only is he not passing Ryan Curtin, but he's actually losing ground to the likes of Dante Dillon and Vika Schlitz. This can only be bad news to him. Now there's a signal from Dante Dillon, so maybe Dillon will be in.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, yeah, Ryan Dunn, obviously don't mean anything bad by it at all, but he is becoming a bit of a roadblock. Hand up there by Shana, and Shana comes into the pit lane. That was the right call. Comes in. Gate number 1 is good. Remember, he did get a penalty in his last heat. Can he do it well this time around? He can. It's 2 green lights. He's back out side by side, just goes in behind Charlie Ratford.
And Gary Jones is trying to do him on the outside going into the snail. He can't make it work, but Shana seriously had to stay on the inside there. He couldn't afford losing a place to Gary Jones. Gary Jones is out of competition as far as Shana's concerned, because Shana's made a pit stop and Gary Jones has not.
And here comes Ryan Curtin. Yeah, Ryan Curtin now into the pit lane. He's released the pack, so this may be interesting. It was a green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. He now comes out just neck and neck with Charlie Ratford.
Charlie Ratford's on the outside, Ryan Curtin on the inside, but Charlie Ratford cuts across, takes the position and makes it stick into the snail section there. Charlie Ratford, he knew he had to do it. There was no way he could afford to be behind Ryan Curtin at all, and he's managed to reassume that position ahead of Ryan Curtin, which of course is where he started. Shana is right where he started, and that is behind Ryan Curtin. So Shana and, yeah, well, we'll see what happens with the others. Miller seems to be in a bit of a net loser there, because he's actually some way further back than any of those guys.
While you were watching that battle as well, Sean Briley has managed to overtake Eliano De Vos at the hairpin, so he's moved up now into P4 as well.
Yeah, Sean Briley on a mission here. He's up into 4th place. A number of pit stops ahead of him have elevated him up that spot, but overtaking Elio De Vos means that he is making genuine position gains. And he's now trying to close in on the battle of Dante Dillon and Vika Schlitz. The more they fight, the more Briley gains. When Ryan Curtin came in, I had the feeling, to be honest, Anthony, that if Curtin hadn't come in that lap, then we definitely would have seen Dante Dillon in either that lap or the next, having been, following Curtin. And then that, if he still didn't pit Curtin, that would have probably brought Vika Schlitz back into the pits. Obviously those two continuing on, and that's probably given hope to Sean Briley, because he does seem to be closing in on them on the track because he can see them.
Yeah, definitely so. He took a staggering 0.3 of a second, just under 0.4 of a second out of Vika Schlitz on that last lap alone.
Yeah, and taking that sort of time out of Vika Schlitz is certainly saying something. We're talking about the driver who won each of his 4 heat races. So the driver with the best performance and the most points all weekend is the driver we're talking about, Sean Briley, taking chunks out of. Is that because of Dante Dillon? Is that because of Vika Schlitz? Or is Sean Briley just brilliant? We're going to soon find out. Who is the fastest on the track? It's Vika Schlitz. He currently holds the fastest lap in this race. It was actually his last lap, so and Sean Briley's last lap was very quick indeed, practically matching him, with Schlitz ever so slightly quicker. So Schlitz is doing everything he needs to do, which is be very, very fast. But Sean Briley is actually, second on lap times in this race. He's come through from 10th and dead last. He's currently, thanks to the pit stop cycling through, in 4th place. But the fact that he's closing in on Vika Schlitz says a lot. Now, there's a big battle going on. Sebastian Miller has been caught by Curtin and... is that Sebastian? No, it's not. It's Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford has got close attentions of Ryan Curtin and Ivan Shana. That really could kick off, because all of those guys have been in the pits, and they need to now, if there's going to be any passing, it's going to be on the track. Now, here comes Curtin. He's going to do it around the backstretch. No, he's not. He stays in line. None of these will be pitting because they already have. And there's Charlie Ratford. They are currently 6th, 7th and 8th. Oh, there's a signal there. Charlie Ratford receiving some sort of information.
Well, no, it was. I think it was Charlie just signalling to the guys behind, come on, let's go, because there's only a couple of tenths in it. Effectively, if they keep pushing and can gain a few more tenths is all we're talking about here. That battle that you're seeing for 7th place or 6th place is actually the battle for 2nd.
Yeah, if they do not get in each other's way, it will definitely be the battle for 2nd. Dante Dillon won't be able to come out ahead of this lot. However, it's going to be neck and neck. If Dante Dillon comes out alongside these guys, they may all freight train him. If they're fighting each other, taking time off each other, they will definitely fall behind the Dante Dillon-Vika Schlets battle, which, of course, will be great news for Sean Briley. Sean Briley continues to close. Vika Schlets in.
Yep, Vika Schlets in the pit lane. This will be a crucial one. Stops at the first one, gets the red light, gets that green light. That's good. Comes into gate number 2. Wait for it, wait for it. Gets that green light. He's back out, and he's going to come out just ahead of Charlie Ratford.
It's ahead of Charlie Ratford. Now Charlie Ratford's pretty racy. He's moved to the outside. Now he's moved inside. He bumps the back of Vika Schlets. Nothing naughty, just a bit of a karting nudge. He had to keep his foot on the throttle, or else Ryan Curtin would have been in the back of him. So just a little karting nudge there, all part of the game. But Vika Schlets, crucially from his point of view, has come out ahead of Charlie Ratford. Now, that says something about the speed Vika Schlets has been setting. That's why he's the fastest on the track, and that's why he's been fast on the track. He has leapfrogged a whole bunch of drivers there, because remember, he did start in 7th place. So Vika Schlets has been laying down some serious lap times all race long. This is why he won 4 races. So out of place, qualifying 7th place maybe, but he's certainly moved up the order. Potentially this could be 2nd place, which would be an incredible net gain on positions during the race.
Dante Dillon in the pit lane. Yeah, Dante Dillon from 2nd place in the pit lane. Pulls into the first one. It's a green light on the first. Comes into gate number 2, and it is green light. He's got support in the pit lane, and he's back out well in front of second. Yeah, he's got it.
Schlets trying to the outside, but surely Dante Dillon can hang on. Dante Dillon covers the inside. Schlets can't do it. It's an enormous 5-car battle, maybe 6, or soon to be 7 with Sebastian Miller if he can close in. But Dante Dillon there on screen is holding up, well, not holding up, holding ahead of an enormous battle of serious drivers. Every single one of them have won the race this weekend. So these are absolute top liners, not only in the British Rental Kart Championship, but in the world. Dante Dillon holds him off. He's got Vika Schlets. They've all made a pit stop. They cannot rely on the pit stop to get around the problem. There's Gary Jones. He's yet to make a stop at all, I believe. That's correct.
Yeah, he's not pitted yet, is Gary?
No, you've not seen him in the pit lane there, Anthony. But anyway, there is Charlie Ratford. There's Vika Schlets, and there is Dante Dillon. Some great camera work there as Dante Dillon comes through. And there's Ryan Curtin, the American, but that's still part of a 5-car battle. That is literally half the entry in this race. So let's think about this. Sean Briley has assumed 2nd. Eliana De Vos has assumed 3rd. Dante Dillon is 4th, but he has made a pit stop. All those in front have yet to pit. And that is Sam Slater, the leader. Sean Briley 2nd, Eliana De Vos 3rd. Now, if he was to pit now, Sam Slater would drop to 3rd. He's close to being able to actually come into the pits and back out without losing any position at all, despite the fact that obviously he will then leapfrog them back in the pit lane. What Sam Slater really needs to do is make sure he's not in combat with anyone. All he's interested in now is making the final. Just getting the win in this semi, not having any problems at all, and getting that in position in the final race, in the battle for a Kart World Championship entry, £1,000 cash prize, and the glory that involves winning the British Rental Kart Championship, in this case 2023. Who won the glory last year of the British Rental Kart Championship? Of course, it was Sean Briley. Where is he now? He's in 2nd place still. His gap is, well, we'll find out because he's just crossed the line. We'll just let the timing screen update.
7.1 seconds is the gap to him in the race leader.
7.1. Now, that means that when he comes out of the pits, he will be in the sort of Vika Schlets, Charlie Ratford area. So Sean Briley has made up an awful lot of ground. His qualifying wasn't the best. Certainly by his standards. He qualified 10th and last, but he's come steaming through the field, and when he returns to the action, it could be in the middle of the pack there with Vika Schlets and Charlie Ratford. The problem he also has is that these will come through as a group. Dante Dillon's been passed, it's Schlets, and Dillon's lost another place to Charlie Ratford. Past the pits there, Anthony. You must have had a bird's eye view of that.
I have to say, I was actually looking at the timing screen when that happened, but I did see the exit and the aftermath. Yeah, Charlie Ratford down the inside and just managed to squeeze past Dante Dillon.
Yeah, Dante Dillon, he got, I don't know, I wouldn't like to say he got pushed, but it got a little bit lively in the final hairpin. Dillon lost out to Vika Schlets, and Charlie Ratford, very quick thinking, just followed through on Vika Schlets to take the position there. So Vika Schlets now assumes the front of that lineup there. We are thinking this is for 2nd place. So Vika Schlets, 7th to 2nd, is epic in the British Rental Kart Championship anyway in terms of a heat race. But to do it in the semi-final is almost unheard of. Vika Schlets on a serious mission. He's actually starting to creep away from Charlie Ratford.
Sean Briley in the pit lane, the number 14. It was a green light on gate 1. comes into gate 2. It's green light. He's going to come out in front of Vika Schlets.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sean Briley has come through from 10th place. He's leapfrogged everyone. And he is the fastest on the track, and that probably answers the question as to why he's where he is. This is one of the best performances we've seen all weekend. It's the reigning champion, Sean Briley, has the lead. He has come through from 10th place. There he is down the backstretch. There he is in the yellow and black helmet, turning in. He's ahead of Vika Schlets in the goal. Vika Schlets must have been the most surprised of everybody to see Sean Briley come out in front of him there. Unbelievable performance from Sean Briley in this BRKC race. Now, Anthony, I'm going to go back to you on this one. Sean Briley, we know he needed to do the work coming through from 10th. We know he can do it. He's a formidable driver and he is the reigning champion, but even then, this is outstanding.
Oh, this is a brilliant performance from him. Like I say, I reckon he's in the battle for second, 100%. Sam Slater, I think he's got a clean slate. He can do a pit stop, and I don't think he needs to worry about anything. As soon as Eliano De Vos also pits as well, he's going to fall down into that main pack as well, because he is a good few seconds behind as well. So as soon as he pits in, he's going to come into there. So Sean Briley at this moment in time is running in second place.
Absolutely, he's running second place to Sam Slater. So as you said, clean slate. Sam Slater is racing away. Someone's under arrest.
Yeah, it's Vika Schlets.
Dante Dillon.
No, it's Vika Schlets, the number 9.
Sorry, the 9. Yeah, Vika Schlets. That's probably to do with the Dillon incident down in the final turn. And you know what? In any other situation, drive of the race would go to Vika Schlets, because he's come through from 7th right to the front. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, Gary Jones in the pit lane, obviously, and Sam Slater. Yeah, they're coming at the same time. It's not ended badly for either. Green light for both. Coming into gate number 2, it's the red light. Gets the green light and he's off, and out they go. The number 20 of Eliano De Vos is also in the pit lane. Sam Slater is clear, but Eliano De Vos is going to go tumbling down the order now as he gets the green light. He's falling way down the order. He's behind Dante Dillon.
Yes, he's been passed by Sean Briley, he's been passed by Vika Schlets, he's been passed by Charlie Radford, he's been passed by Dante Dillon, Evan Shana as well, as Elliot De Vos came in second, resumed 7th, and Vika Schlets was seen on screen there, chasing Sean Briley down the backstretch. Sean Briley defending there, he's expecting an attack, so he's moved to the left-hand side, the inside of the straight there, as Vika Schlets continues right on the tail of Sean Briley. Sean Briley's come through from 10th place, an incredible second. As this heat race goes on, there's only 30 seconds remaining, so it's going to be 30 seconds plus a lap, maybe one more depending on when Sam Slater actually crosses the line. Everybody's made their stop, and for once, every stop has been clean, Anthony.
Yeah, this has been a perfect round of pit stops for everyone in this one. It's been a pretty standard and calm race all the way throughout, but textbook driving, as again, I'm just watching Vika Schlets all over the back of Sean Briley. He's not going to go out without a fight.
And the race goes on at the tail as well. We've seen some amazing pictures there with Eliano De Vos trying to defend against the American Ryan Curtin. Ryan Curtin went into this particular race with a genuine shot at the final, but it's all unravelled because he's way down the order in 8th. So Ryan Curtin has, in this contact. Ryan Curtin busy waving while making contact with Eliano De Vos. Eliano De Vos does get pretty defensive, and I think Ryan Curtin is sort of taking exception to that. There is contact warning for Curtin though. Down the backstretch, they're up against the inside there. Eliano De Vos probably will stay that way for the rest of this race. They're on the last lap. There's Sean Briley ahead of Vika Schlets. Can he hang on? There's no doubt about the winner, though. It's going to be Sam Slater. He's on the backstretch. There he is on the screen. There's the winner. Britain's Sam Slater is going to come through and take the semi-final #1 win. That will book his place surely in the final. He's got loads of points. Here comes Sean Briley, the most incredible recovery drive of the tournament. In fact, possibly the most incredible recovery drive of all time in the British Rental Kart Championship. The reigning champion Sean Briley, one of the most epic performances we have ever seen here at Formula Fast in the British Rental Kart Championship. Vika Schlets will be happy with that third. He's in the final anyway, he knows it. A good recovery from him under normal circumstances in this calibre of competition. Moving up from Vika Schlets' lowly position up into the top 3 will be something. But look at Sean Briley, he's celebrating like a win, Anthony.
He really is, isn't he? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think he's the people's winner in that one. What a ride that was all the way from that position to where he finished. So, you know, you've got to give it to him. What a drive as Vika Schlets comes in quite vigorously. Not think he's fully happy with that result.
Well, he's going to be in the final, and the point of the semi-final is just get enough points to get in the final. But what a run there, yeah. and Shana, and congratulating Sean Briley. But that, to me, is probably the most impressive performance of all time in the British Rental Kart Championship there. Sean Briley, the reigning champion, dead last, right up to second place and straight into the final. Over to you, Anthony, in the pits.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. There's lots of commotion down here and support for everyone. We'll have a word with Sam. Let's get him weighed first, so he's all good as I'm being run over at about 2.2 of a mile an hour by a kart that's slowly edging towards me. But yeah, what a race that was. We've seen some absolutely fantastic driving, and everyone just getting weighed to make sure they are good. Sean Briley's done. Sean, a quick word as well, just as you come in second place. The team very supportive when you came in. That's the result that you wanted, isn't it? I'll ease your helmet off. There we go.
That's unbelievable. That's 10th to second in a semi-final.
I don't even think we can believe it.
I couldn't believe it either. I saw them battling, and then I saw someone made a move down there as I was coming around, and my team was screaming at me to come in. I appreciate my head's probably looking on fire right now. It was earlier, they showed me. It's unbelievable. All props to M4M. Thank you so much.
Brilliant result, well done. We'll see you in the final. Congratulations. Let's have a chat then with our race winner from that one, Sam Slater, who's over here celebrating with more drivers here. Sam, what a result that was. Congratulations. You kind of just steamrolled away from the pack there.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know what to say. I'm a bit speechless, to be honest. That qualification lap was just absolutely perfect. I felt pretty comfortable in the cold conditions, so when I put that lap together and I saw the Blue Star rival guys at the back of the grid, it kind of filled me with confidence for the team side of things. So it was just game on for the individuals, and I wasn't going to let that win go away.
No, that was absolutely spot on. Congratulations. We'll see you in the finals a little bit later on. Sam Slater, ladies and gentlemen, our first semi-final winner of the evening. 2 more semi-finals to go before we start the Super Bowl, and of course the finals qualifying about to get underway.
That's right, Anthony. This is the second of the 3 semi-finals, and how do we top that? The question is, how on earth do we top that? Sean Briley, surely one of the most amazing performances of all time in the British Rental Kart Championship. I can't think of anything that tops that. 10th in the semi-final as well. It's not even a normal heat race. Semi-final, so it's the best 30 drivers. And Sean Briley, straight up 10th place into that second place. Went from looking like he could be out of the event he won last year, firmly booked a spot in the final and well up there on points as well. Now we're going to take a look at the next race. Who have we got in this one? Of course, these are also top scorers. We've got the German, we've got Dennis Holler, we've got Kuba Pachulski, we've got Russell Endine, we've got Sam Shaw, Aidan Kennedy, Adam Sheargold, Ramon Pinero, Thomas Hagelstein, Ryan Smith and Bradley Shepherd. These guys are going to give us a race, so we'll see what happens in this one. On paper, who would you go for, Anthony? We can't really pick on this one. Dennis Holler talks himself down, so I'll take a stab at that. But certainly there are every one of these potentially a winner. What's interesting is, with his efforts this weekend, Adam Sheargold has managed to throw himself into a semi-final race, which is the best performance we've ever seen from him. Sam Shaw is in there, because obviously he's been doing very well. Russell Endine, kind of on a bit of a comeback again, is up there too, so some great results. We got one of the Americans, Aidan Kennedy, is in there, and so a lot to go on this race. I wouldn't want to call it. We're going to see who does, and an indication from the qualifying. Normally I would say the qualifying probably gives a pretty good indication of who's actually going to do well, but can't say that anymore after Sean Briley comes through from 10th to 2nd, or Vika Schlets from 7th to 3rd. You know, he was looking good for 2nd, wasn't he, until Sean Briley turned up. Anyhow, so they're out to qualify now. Let's have a look. So for the final one, leaving the pits, it looks like that was Russell Endine, last one out to begin the qualifying. Last one leaving the pits there as they head down the back stretch. Who we've got? It looks like Dennis Holler is the one leading the way. I'm just looking at the helmet. Yeah, that's the German Holler. And there's Bradley Shepherd. Oh, we've seen this before, haven't we? Shepherd following Holler. So Dennis Holler is going to start his qualifying lap now. Following him immediately is Bradley Shepherd. And there is Ramon Pinero. He's on his quick lap too, as Thomas Hagelstein has started. Aidan Kennedy started his qualifier. Pachulski as well. Gosh, we've seen some performances from him this weekend. Ryan Smith, the Scotsman, has managed to get into the semi-final. He'll be pretty pleased with that, because Ryan Smith has been one of those sort of often unlucky. We've seen him finish 31st, 32nd, and just outside the semi-finals. This time he's made it in. So the first qualifiers are going through across the line. Holler is going to set the pace. Bradley Shepherd beats him. Pinero beats him. It's Ramon Pinero currently in pole. Sam Shaw second. Bradley Shepherd third. Aidan Kennedy up to third. And Pachulski Smith. And what about Russell Ending? What can he do? It is 8th for Russell Ending. So Ramon Pinero is going to start this race from the pole position. It's going to be Sam Shaw next up, then Aidan Kennedy, then Bradley Shepherd, then Adam Sheargold into 5th place. Dennis Holler down to 6th. Who would ever have thought that? Ryan Smith into 7th place, Russell Ending 8th, Kuba Pachulski down in 9th, and Thomas Hagelstein in 10th place. So every one of them has been a front runner this weekend. Now, there's already a discussion down the front end there. That's Ramon Pinero talking with Sam Shaw, obviously making some kind of strategy which is likely to involve pulling away. Now, behind that, Aidan Kennedy is talking to Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd sort of shrugging his shoulders, so maybe nothing going there. And so maybe a suggestion by Aidan Kennedy falling on deaf ears. We will find out. So Ramon Pinero is going to lead them round, the Spaniard. He's a formidable competitor over many years now, 2 decades of racing, karts, cars, up to Formula 2 level in cars, and a race winner. So Ramon Pinero, an expert at all levels of the sport. This time he's at the top level of karting for this instance. Now, someone waving is Pachulski. He's waving about something. One of the Formula Fast marshals is down there, one of the mechanics actually, is down there talking to him, obviously about something, probably offering him a kart switch should he choose. But Pachulski's getting information from the top balcony. Obviously the team are up there and he's asking for advice. Does he swap or doesn't he? Well, the decision is down to him, but he's seeking some advice. Clearly feels he's out of position. Oh, he's calling him back. He's waving around. That's Kuba Pachulski. Now, Pachulski we saw earlier on winning. That's a suggestion of a switch of a kart. Out he gets as Pachulski's having the discussion. Is he going to swap over? Yes, it looks like he is. So Kuba Pachulski is going to vacate that kart. He feels like it's not to the standard that he wants to start this semi-final heat race in. He's going to be coming to you, Anthony, for a change of kart.
I'll see if I can grab a word. This is a bold move, of course, as well. You've got to remember, he's swapping karts to something with cold tyres. Now, I know that the drivers who have just been out, they've done a full semi-final. They've just done qualifying as well. They will be cooling down now as we speak, but these karts have been sat here all day. These tyres are stone cold. Let's see if we can chat to Kuba. Kuba, just quickly, what's up?
Sorry.
No, he's too busy. There you go, he's got to swap over. But he's got to quickly get out there as quick as he can.
Yeah, we saw the random draw there, Anthony. Kuba Pachulski, they offered him a bag full of numbers.
Yeah.
He dipped his hand into the bag, pulled out a number, and that's the one he's in. What number's he got?
He's got kart number 16
so
now
we're going to see
Kuba.
Kuba Pachulski no longer in the 20, I believe he qualified in. Yes, that's right. He's switching from the 20 to the 16. Kuba Pachulski will be coming out the pit lane soon. Does he look relieved, or does he look a little bit stressed, Anthony?
To be honest, the body language saying he's a bit stressed out there. Like I say, he's swapping to something that has got now some very cold tyres. The engine will be warm. There's nothing wrong with the engine. That's been sat there on idle for quite some time. So the engine's up to temperature, which is probably more important than a cold engine. But yeah, tyres right now are also a huge factor.
Yes, one thing that maybe not as much as it could be, but certainly while Kuba Pachulski switches over that kart, it can't be forgotten that everyone else is standing still. Their tyres will be cooling down. So yes, Kuba Pachulski is trying to warm everything up there tyre-wise, but while he's doing that, everyone else is sat still with their tyres cooling down on this very cold surface. How cold does the surface feel just if you touch the floor, Anthony?
Well, I've not touched it with my hand, but I could put my face on it if you want.
Yeah, kiss it if you like, you know.
No, I'm not going to kiss it. I'll put a cheek on it.
So the cheek test.
Yeah, it's pretty chilly.
Yeah, so according to Anthony's cheek, we have a chilly track. As they come around now, it's going to be Ramon Pinero. He's making a very slow run. Now, when's he going to pull the pin? It's the semi-final here as they roll around. Pinero, very slow indeed. When's he going to go? Are they going to give it his green? Yes, they are. Pinero's made a good start. He's really given them something to think about, and he's entering the snell section. He's got a lead there. He's leading over Sam Shaw and Aidan Kennedy. Bradley Shepherd is caught back up in fourth. He seemed to drop back a fraction there on the start. Yes, the gap is still there in front of Bradley Shepherd. So Bradley Shepherd is about 2 or 3 kart lengths, maybe more, behind us, down round the corner onto the back stretch now. It is Ramon Pinero leading the way, the Spaniard. turns in the lead at the front there. There we are on camera. There's Pinero with the yellowy helmet at the front. He's followed by Sam Shaw, who seemed to touch the wall there. Was there any bouncing off the barrier, Andy? Did you notice that, Sam Shaw in second?
No bouncing or glancing off any barriers here at the pit lane, so yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Okay, well, it was just shaking a little bit, that's okay. So Pinero continues round in the lead. There's Ramon Pinero, he has the lead. Sam Shaw second, Aidan Kennedy third, and Bradley Shepherd in fourth. Bradley Shepherd seems to be closing back in. He lost a couple of places, not a couple of places, some space, shall I say, on that first lap, but he's coming back into contention. There's Pinero opening up something of a gap, as big a gap, half a second, as you could ever hope for in the opening lap. There's Pinero, there's Shaw, there's Kennedy and Shepherd and the rest. Adam Sheargold, meanwhile, Anthony, maintains 5th place.
Yeah, pretty good result on that one, and it's a fairly good start from everyone. Like you say, yeah, Bradley Shepherd didn't have the best start. He did actually shake his head before he even crossed the line at the start of the race with how much the gap had opened up, but no drama so far. He has closed that gap back up, and I have to say, Ramon Pinero is breaking away. Dennis Holler, number 17, early pit stop. He thought he was in some dirty air there. He wanted some clean air. He pits. It's a good stop. Now he goes to work.
Yeah, he pitted in there from behind Adam Sheargold. So maybe he hasn't quite got the faith in Adam Sheargold to maintain the speed that he wants. Now, Bradley Shepherd is behind Sheargold. Has there been a swap position? Yes, there has. Adam Sheargold's got ahead. Adam Sheargold is on the move. Adam Sheargold is up to 4th place now. And have we only one in the pits?
Yes, we do, yeah. The number 8 has dived in. It's Sam Shaw. Oh, and they're double stacking. The 15 came in as well. Ryan Smith. That was bad timing by Ryan Smith, because now he has to wait. He had to wait there for Sam Shaw to get out of the box. So that's a disaster. They both get green lights, but he was delayed by a fraction of a second.
Yeah, that's it. Ryan Smith, the Scotsman, he may have lost. Well, he looks like he has lost time. Quite how much? Because it was almost okay, wasn't it, Anthony? But yeah, he will have lost something.
Oh yeah, he definitely had to stop before Sam Shaw left the box. He definitely lost time.
Bad news for the Scotsman Ryan Smith, though. Hopefully he can overcome that. He's resumed in last place. He is chasing Dennis Holler. There are 2 seconds between them. Sam Shaw, importantly though, from his point of view, has come out ahead of Dennis Holler. Now, an update on the kart that was switched. Kuba Puchalski, of course, he started 9th. He's moved up to 7th. But it has to be said, that's only because people are pitted in front of him. This is not really working out, because he's actually lost a place to Thomas Hagelstein, who is now repassed. So Kuba Puchalski is on the move. He has repassed Thomas Hagelstein and crossing the line now, recording up in 6th place. There's Kuba Puchalski. That is the driver who made the switch. He's effectively back restarted, so whether or not this is going to be good enough, gosh, Andy, such is the competition that Kuba Puchalski going into this, we would assume he's going to be in the final. You know, the way he'd been winning and top places, but now that's under threat.
It is indeed under threat. Like I say, he went for the bold call with the swap, but like I say, there's a long way to go in this race. You know, keep an eye on the timing. Seeing him crossing the line there, Kuba Puchalski, he did gain time there on the driver in front of him, Russell Eden. So, you know, there's still a chance.
Yeah, and of course, Kuba Puchalski, if it can be done, Kuba Puchalski is one of those drivers who can turn what is a problem in his semi-final into a place in the final itself. As I say, if anyone can do it, Kuba Puchalski is one of those who can. Now, he's trying to close in on Russell Ending. Last time through, it was a second apart, just over 1.2 seconds. What's it going to be this time? We'll double check when the screen resets itself. But meantime, it's Ramon Pinero with Aidan Kennedy right behind him. Aidan Kennedy is up in 2nd place, 0.5 a second. Now, this is closer than we saw when it was Sam Shaw behind Ramon Pinero. So Aidan Kennedy, he currently is the fastest on the track. He has the fastest lap in this race. There he is in black. The American is right on the tail of Ramon Pinero. So Ramon Pinero probably figured he had a little bit of breathing space once Sam Shaw pitted, but that's now been filled with Aidan Kennedy of the USA.
Has indeed. So there's still a long way to go in this race, isn't there? But it's well, it's getting interesting now. I'm looking at the gaps. No one's really pulling away.
May I cut in, Anthony? There was we saw on camera there a great picture of Ramon Pinero. He turned round on the backstretch and waved, just kind of cool it there, Aidan. And Ramon Pinero just trying to prevent an immediate attack by Aidan Kennedy with a view to to not losing any time, because Adam Sheargold, what a weekend he's had. He's actually closing in on the pair. So Ramon Pinero wants no attack from Aidan Kennedy, so the two can pull away. But Aidan Kennedy must have bumped the back of Ramon Pinero, because he's now under attack himself from Adam Sheargold. So Kennedy has now dropped back from Pinero, and you can see there, Anthony, that Pinero is clear and Aidan Kennedy is under attack from the remarkable Adam Sheargold.
Let's have a quick, let's put our thinking caps on here, James. Aidan Kennedy, if he finishes second, does he make it to the final?
There would be debate there. I think he's sort of of the people who have made it into the semi-final, he's what we would class as a bit of a mid-range scorer. So it will depend on some of the other results we're yet to see. He's not an absolute top-end scorer. He's not already in the top 10 going in. So he was a driver who was sort of around the 15th place area. I don't know what it was exactly, but it was in the middle of the scorers there. So there would be some debate about it. A lot depends on what happens in the next semi-final, I think, Anthony, unfortunately, from his point of view.
Right, okay, because of course if he wants to attack, it means that he's thinking in the back of his head, thinking, I need to win this.
Yeah, what basically happened there was he caught up on the back of Ramon Pinero. Pinero, ever the thinker, turned around and really was waving at him saying, look, just cool it, let's break away, that sort of signal. Then there was a nudge from Kennedy into the back of Pinero, which shot him back into the clutches of Sheargold. Then it started to get racy. So I reckon whatever deal Pinero set may well be off in Kennedy's eye, because he's seen that this is not a race he really wants to cruise.
Exactly that. We'll have to see how it progresses. But like you say, that top four, still a line astern, really. No gaps between them, no breathing space at all.
None whatsoever. So Pinero, who seemed to have some breathing space, when remember, Sam Shaw pitted from behind.
Pit lane action. It's the number 14 who's in, and it is Thomas Hagelstein. He's in the pit lane. It is a good first gate. Gate 2 also good. He's going to come out just in front of the number 15 of Ryan Smith.
Yeah, that's, Ryan Smith is going to be trying to close down, who's within a second of him, so that gives some hope to Ryan Smith. But the lead four do continue to circulate together. And what's particularly impressive is people have pitted out of that and filling those gaps. Someone like, say, Bradley Shepherd in 4th place is closer to the leader Pinero than he even was at the start. So there are some people making up some serious amount of time. The fastest on the track, guess who? It's the German Dennis Holler. He's always talking a conservative race and a conservative ambition, but Dennis Holler in 7th place, he has made a pit stop. Was he the first in, I think? But certainly he's putting down the lap times. He's fastest on the track.
Hand up, Kennedy in the pit lane. Aidan Kennedy in the pit lane now. Gate 1, it is a... Oh, no! Now, is that good? It's good. It's good. The yellow light came on, but the green light came on before. Second light was also good. He is fine. He's out the pit lane, no penalty.
But only just ahead of Dennis Holler. Dennis Holler's got the momentum. He's really right on his tail going into the snail section. Dennis Holler is right on the tail now. The German on the tail of the American as they exit the snail section here. And, it's going to be very close between those two. They have now both pitted. They are 6th and 7th. There's Aidan Kennedy. There's Dennis Holler. And as they enter the final hairpin, or the hairpin at the end of the straight, Kennedy has... is that because Kennedy's dropped back, or is this a sign of just how far forward Dennis Holler has come? We will need to see some of the other pit stops to see that, because remember, Aidan Kennedy pitted out of 2nd place. So, Aidan Kennedy, obviously he's got his eyes on the big cash prize, so is Dennis Holler. The question for those two is that £1,000 going to be converted to dollars or euros? That'll be the question for those two. So Astor a little bit down the order, but I think when the pit stops cycle through, they are going to be up at the sharp end. Ramon Pinero may have a surprising amount of work to do to finish to win this race. It's certainly not going to be a Sam Slater style finish. There's Russell Endine, he's on camera. He's got Kuba Pucholski on his tail. Now they are in 4th and 5th place. So Kuba Pucholski, remember, he switched karts. He's now on the tail of Russell Endine. So Kuba Pucholski seriously got a bit between his teeth. So much so he's the fastest on track. Dennis Holler no longer the quickest. It's Kuba Pucholski, the one who switched karts, the one in the yellow suit behind there, just going into the picture now. Now, even he has closed in on Ramon Pinero from a distance to the leader. He's only 3 seconds behind the leader. That's closer than when he took the start. So, what's happening with Ramon Pinero? Is he the one who's going to be in trouble at the finish with everybody backed up behind him? This could be a very close finish indeed, Anthony. So there's Pinero in the Snell section. He's turning in. There's Kuba Puchalski, and we can see the gap there. There's literally nothing in it. When we get the picture going down the backstretch, that's going to tell us a lot. We're going to be able to see the 1st and 5th place potentially in one picture. So there they come. So let's have a look at this. There's Pinero. There is Sheargold. There is Bradley Shepherd. There is Ending, and there is Puchalski. That is 1st to 5th. Remember, Kuba Puchalski was further back at the start than he is now. From the race leader there, Ramon Pinero, the Spaniard, he turns into the hairpin. Now, if somebody, Puchalski, he's made the move. He's made the move. Was it clean? It looks like it was. And Puchalski, Kuba Puchalski has jumped Russell Ending. That has moved him up to 4th place. Oh, Pinero getting a tap. I think Pinero tried to brake a bit hard ahead of
hand up, got a kart coming in, hand up, we've got a kart coming in, and it is the 13 that pits. It is Adam Sheargold, and it is a green light on gate number 1 in towards gate number 2. Wait for it, gets the green, and he's going to come out in front of Aidan Kennedy.
A crucial exit of that pits for Adam Sheargold. We have never seen this sort of performance from Adam Sheargold in the past. It's an absolute blinder from him. Will he make the final? At this rate, he may well. Ramon Pinero continues to lead. Adam Sheargold has obviously felt that he is not served well following Pinero. He's straight in the pits. Can he set some times? Can he put forward his fastest? He set the new lap record for this race. So, let's have a look on screen. What's going on? There's Ryan Smith down the bottom end. He's running last and 10th with Thomas Agleson. There is Bradley Shepherd now. Can Shepherd close in Pinero? Everyone's closing in and taking a pop at Pinero. Pinero looking over his shoulder. Every time he looks over his shoulder, it's a different driver behind him. This time it's Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd trying to book a place in the final. He has 3 teams in this event. He has Grandad watching from above, and he's got all of us watching from the trackside and on the live stream there as Bradley Shepherd in the orange suit is closing in on race leader. Could it be Bradley Shepherd? Could Bradley Shepherd make a move on Pinero? Shepherd is yet to pit. There's only 4 drivers. Shepherd is one of them. Is he going to pit away from Pinero? Is he going to pass him on the track down the backstretch? He's not going to make a move here, is he? No, not even Bradley Shepherd's going to try it there. Ramon Pinero comes through into the pit. What about the pit stop? Not for Bradley Shepherd this time around. Adam Sheargold, that's it. Adam Sheargold is down in 5th place, but he's made his stop. He's, of course, the highest place of those who have stopped. What's that going to relate to when Ramon Pinero comes in the pits? Adam Sheargold is 10.1 seconds behind the race leader. Anthony, I've got to throw it out there. Could Adam Sheargold actually win this thing?
Well, that is a question, isn't it? I mean, he's the only driver who's pitted at the moment. Is it that sort of top section who's in with a chance? So, yeah, it could be doable. We're going to have to see what the top lot do because they are all so incredibly close.
Now, just like Steve Gray winning a race when he then did, Adam Sheargold winning the semi-final really would be unthinkable. I have to say it, with the best will in the world, Adam Sheargold has shown form we've never seen before. He's seriously improved his karting on previous appearances, and the one thing with Adam Sheargold, you would never have thought of this going into the tournament earlier on, but Sheargold has done enough, scored enough points. There he is, an amazing performance there by Adam Sheargold, the Essex-based driver. He's come through and he could win this semi-final. That would be outstanding. There he is, Adam Sheargold on screen. Yes, he's running 5th, but at the moment, if the leader pitted, it would be Adam Sheargold taking the lead. Adam Sheargold, of course, has been in the pits. Now, with only just under 6 minutes to go, I think we're going to see one of the top 4, those who have yet to pit, in other words, coming into you, Anthony, and we're just going to keep an eye on whoever it is and their relevance to Adam Sheargold, because Adam Sheargold, he's got Dennis Holler keeping the one, but it's a second behind. Sheargold really is not under pressure any more than he might be. It's not as if he's got Dennis Holler bumping his bumper, so he will be the sort of benchmark we need to follow. Ramon Pinero is in 1st place, but if he pitted now, he's going to lose that lead.
No, not pitting. None of them pitting at the moment for the top 4, which is very, very interesting. I mean, we're running out of time here, and there's still quite a few pit stops to happen. So, well, like I say, it's actually just those 4. So, you know, they've got to get it done soon.
And the outstanding Kuba Puchalski, currently in 3rd place, has the new fastest lap. He's the only driver under 30 seconds in this race. So Kuba Puchalski is the quickest now on the track. So we've been thinking about Adam Sheargold. Will Kuba Pacholski pull himself up the order? Well, there's no way he's going to be first place when all the pit stops cycle through, but he might be right up the order, enough maybe to get in the final with those extra points. But we're just waiting for the leaders, especially Ramon Pinheiro, to pit, because Adam Sheargold is now less than 10 seconds from the leader Pinheiro anyway. There's no way Pinheiro is going to get in and get out without being passed by Adam Sheargold. Absolutely outstanding performance. So here's Pinheiro, there's Bradley Shepherd. Anthony, do you reckon Shepherd could do with just getting in these pits now?
I reckon he needs to just get into the pits ASAP, because he's not being able to get past Ramon Pinheiro. He's just going to have to pit now, see if he can get into some clean air, and then he might be able to get a chance to get the undercut. Yeah,
we saw Russell Ending just through in the picture there in the grey suit. He's in 4th place. He has not pitted either. Now, Russell Ending is 3 seconds behind Ramon Pinheiro, so if we add that, 13 seconds, yeah, he could get pushed right down to 8th place. So Russell Ending could do with following Kuba Pacholski, which is the driver immediately in front of him, highly visible in the yellow. There's Pinheiro, there's Bradley Shepherd being caught by Kuba Pacholski. Remember that early kart swap? Well, it's worked in Pacholski's favour. He is still the fastest out there, and still, no, someone else has gone under 29 seconds, and in fact 2 others have. One's Dennis Holler, who's now the quickest, but also down in 8th place, Sam Shaw.
Time's running out, and look at the lunge.
A move, it's by Bradley Shepherd. Now it's on Pinheiro. What are the organisers going to say? Are they going to deem it clean? In the pits.
In the pits, yeah, it's Pacholski into gate 1. Gets the green light, it's solid for gate 1. Gate 2, all good. He gets the green, he's going to come out. It's going to be very, very close.
He's behind. He's behind both Adam Sheargold and Dennis Holler, but Dennis Holler's closed in on Sheargold. Dennis Holler is currently the fastest on the track, and that is why. So it's going to be an enormous amount of pressure for Adam Sheargold. Can he absorb it? If he can, there's a good chance that Adam Sheargold, of all people, could win this semi-final. But Dennis Holler's going to try and do it for himself. Sheargold getting defensive against Holler. We know what's going to happen
in the pit lane. In the pit lane now comes Endon. Yeah, he comes in. It's green on gate 1. Gate 2, looking good. He's going to come out, yeah, right behind Sam Shaw.
2.5 minutes before the last lap board, so technically 3 minutes in this race. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it does represent 6 laps, so it's going to be 6 laps of sheer hell for Adam Sheargold. Adam Sheargold has gone up to 3rd as a result of the recent pit stop.
Here comes Romano.
Yeah. Ramon Pinheiro comes in.
Ramon Pinheiro in the pit lane now, and it's a good stop for gate 1 for Pinheiro. Gate 2 gets the green. He's going to come out. It's going to be close.
He's alongside Sheargold. Can Sheargold coincide? Pinheiro's got the inside, and Sheargold's the outside. Holler's gone through on Sheargold. Sheargold getting pushed out by Pinheiro and Holler and maybe Pacholski. No, he hangs on to 3rd. Hangs on to 3rd, Adam Sheargold. Gosh, that was close. Now, somehow Pinheiro found some speed at the end there, because we know it's...
Here comes Shepherd. Shepherd's in the pit lane. This is the one that matters. Could Shepherd win this race? It's green on gate 1. It is green on gate 2. He's going to come out. He's going to have the clean air.
And Ramon Pinheiro's going to try and pass him. Shepherd's got the inside. Pinheiro can't make it. What's going to happen in the tight hairpin there? He's not going to bump in. No, it's Shepherd. Shepherd comes through with the lead. But what is this? It's a 7-kart fight for the lead, possibly 8, involving Russell Ending. So there is Bradley Shepherd. He leads, just 1.5 minutes to go before the final lap board. There's Russell Ending and Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, the latest of late entries. He's only in this because Adam Davis is ill. Bradley Shepherd literally got a Friday night kind of entry, and Bradley Shepherd leads the way in this semi-final. Is this enough? I was talking to him before the semi-finals, and I said, you know what, Bradley, you could win this, and if you can win this, you might be in the final. He was pretty downhearted about that idea, but he's doing everything to do exactly that. I think he could do it. I have faith in him, and Ramon Pinheiro is on a mission, but I think this could be Shepherd's race. And Bradley Shepherd, he's just got a few laps now, maybe 2, maybe 3 to absorb, more like 3 laps actually, to absorb all this. But there, Bradley Shepherd in the orange helmet there is in the lead. Ramon Pinheiro follows him. Dennis Holler, the German, has now broken a bit away from Adam Sheargold. It's not over for Adam Sheargold though. Maybe when the points get sorted he's in the final, maybe not. But certainly Bradley Shepherd is looking good. What is the point score for him going to be? Because remember, it's not just about winning the semi-final. He's got to do it on points. He's got to add the semi-final win points to all of his heat race points. And I think, Anthony, did he not have a heat race where he got disqualified to last?
Ramon Pinheiro, is this?
No, Bradley Shepherd.
Bradley Shepherd, I believe he did, yeah. So having a race win, this might help, but I'm not sure. I just don't know. I don't know the points.
well, it's maximum points available that he's going to take if he can win this. So 2 laps to go, they're on the penultimate lap. He's opening up a lead. Bradley Shepherd has opened up a lead to Ramon Pinero. Pinero thinking about Dennis Holler's contact warning for Sam Shaw, so it's all going on even further back. Sam Shaw in 7th place. Dennis Holler has now got a contact warning as well. That'll be on Ramon Pinero. This is the final lap. There's Adam Sheargold. Can he get through to that final? We don't know. He's in 4th place at the moment. And there's Ramon Pinero. He's fighting off the those behind him, but Bradley Shepherd is opening a bigger lead. It's almost a second. Look at him there. It's the final lap. Bradley Shepherd into the back straight the final time, into the hairpin at the end for the final time. Round the final corners, it's going to be Bradley Shepherd. What a performance.
Side by side, Holler's managed to move up into 3rd.
It's all going on behind Holler's 3rd and Sheargold 4th. So Bradley Shepherd, what an incredible win there by Bradley Shepherd. As I say, I was talking to him before the semi-finals, and he really did not expect to come out on top in those. He was not thinking of the final at all. However, we're going to have to really look at these points because, Bradley Shepherd, he might have made it. And I think the entire planet hopes he has at the moment. Now, in the last race, I said Sean Brierley, the performance of the championship and maybe the performance of all time. Here's a joint performance of all time. Bradley Shepherd right there. Anthony, they're coming into you, and it's going to be interesting to see what they say.
It is indeed. I know that Ramon Pinero was saying that he needed to win that one to get it into the finals. He did come second. I don't know if second was enough. But again, we'll have to see. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of happy and unhappy drivers in this grid. Let's see. Who do we want to chat to first? Probably our race winner, Bradley Shepherd, wherever he is. He's actually right at the back of the grid. So let's go to the back of the grid and find him, because the next group's getting themselves ready. So we're vastly running out of time. So he's got to get out of his kart quickly. I know he's got to get himself weighed. I think he's just struggling to come to terms with it. There's some nice emotion there. Sam Slater coming over to congratulate his fellow teammate as well. Mr. Shepherd, well, did you expect that?
No, not at all.
You were invited into this last minute, of course. You were a replacement for a driver who's ill, and you come in and win the semi-final. Your chances are getting ever closer to maybe even getting away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say, to be honest. I'm absolutely speechless. I just want to say, this is dedicated to my granddad, who passed away a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, this one's all for him.
Amazing stuff. Congratulations. Get yourself weighed up, and hopefully we see you in the final. One more semi-final to go. It's going to be a good one. Stay tuned.
There's no doubt about it. If he's seen this, Rodney's going to be very proud of Bradley in that one. And, BRKC semi-final winner, it doesn't get much bigger. Now, hopefully Bradley Shepherd will book his place in the final lap. Both semi-finals, I'm going to call it again, Anthony, and it's going to sound like I'm just saying this for every semi-final, but, that's one of the performances of all time in the BRKC history. There by Bradley Shepherd, up there with Sean Brierley's epic performance in the previous race. So we're just seeing incredible results every time out. So what have we got next? Well, let's have a look here. We've got Matt Barsh, he's up against Mason Brown, Bram Gelton, Ruben Boutens and Anton Schoppler, Lewis Manley, Brad Philpott and Johan Medart, Harrison Kirkham and Matthias Matus is in this race. So Matus did make it in the end. That's going to be a very interesting thing to watch. But some potential winners here. We've got the twice world champion, 6 times British champion, Ruben Boutens. We've got the British hope, Lewis Manley. We've got the top American, Mason Brown. Matt Barsh has been doing a lot of winning, so is Bram Gelton. Johan Medart's in this. Harrison Kirkham we saw win earlier. Brad Philpott, series organiser, is in this. And, it's going to be absolutely outstanding. They're going to be qualifying in a second there. We've got Adam Wyckoff. Adam, yes, telling it correctly, yes, Adam? Wyckoff. Adam Wyckoff. Now, Adam Wyckoff is one of the American contingent. Now, unfortunately, Adam, you're out of the event at the moment. That's correct. But you didn't quite make the semi-finals. But an incredible performance by the American contingent here to get a bunch of drivers in.
That's
this, correct. In this race, you've actually got who we got? We got Mason Brown. A couple of wins for him earlier on.
3,
Anton
actually.
Schoppler. Yeah, absolutely. Anton Schoppler and
yes.
Yep, Anton Schoppler.
Yes.
So Mason Brown, Anton Schoppler, and who else?
We had Aiden Kennedy and Ryan Curtin.
Of course, in the
Yes,
other
in the other
events.
the other
Now,
heats,
I've got to
yeah.
ask at this point, I'm slightly surprised given that he won. What about what happened with Jeff Lund? He didn't quite make it.
No, unfortunately, I think he has had some distractions, to say the least.
We are in Milton Keynes after all. So
I had a joke on my driver profile that I was kart dad, and I had to take him to the hospital last night. He injured his hand, unfortunately, and but he was able to win the heat this morning. So
on, didn't he?
you know, it wasn't broken, so he said, "I'm racing." So
yeah, good stuff.
what can you
and
do?
if it had been broken, would he be in racing anyway?
I believe he would.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, so let's focus on this race, though. You've got Mason Brown and Anton Schoppler.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who is most likely out of the two, do you think, will be running at the front?
Well, as we saw in the first two semis, qualifying is very important. And
although we've seen top gear from the rear in both cases.
Well, it's important because you could get caught out by the cork in the bottle, so to speak, you know, with Ryan Curtin in the first one.
The checker flag is out there, Adam, so the first qualifying times are coming through. Fastest at the moment, Matisse, the Polish driver. Mason Brown, your man's gone quickest. Lewis Manley comes through in third. It's still Mason Brown. Matt Barsh has topped the list, the Polish champion. Phil Pott in the fourth. Johan Medart into second. Gosh. Ruben Buiten's in second. It's going to be Matt Barsh and Ruben Buiten's and Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton slams in at the end. Schoppler moves into sixth place. So from American point of view, you're right in the mid-pack there.
Yes.
Mason Brown fifth, Anton Schoppler sixth. Is there going to be any kind of team strategy, do we expect?
Well, you'll see if they work together. I mean,
Are you expecting that? Can you give us some insights?
Yes, I think the two of them can work together. They've done so very well in league races at home.
Yeah.
I think if you see how Dennis Huller played the second semi by pitting early, there may be an opportunity for them to do that. But if you consider the fact that Dennis had to make 3 pass attempts on Aiden Kennedy in order to stay in front or to get to third, you know, which ended up catching him out, actually.
Yeah, it was a very hard work for him, wasn't it? With
that was great.
There, so, yeah, good to see. Now, they're lining up there. We can see on screen. There's Matt Barsh up at the front.
He's
Bram
been quick
Gelton,
all week.
then the 6 times British champion, Ruben Buitens, has won 6 times here. He's got his work cut out. Anthony, you've got something for us.
Yeah, James, I just wanted to mention just quickly, 0.2 of a second separated the entire field out there. 0.02 of a second separated the top 3.
I mean, try stopping that on a stopwatch. You're never going to do it, are you?
No.
I mean, the level that these drivers are producing this week has been absolutely incredible. You know, from practice heats to first, second rounds, you know, on Saturday and today.
Absolutely. It's been incredible to look at. The semi-finals so far have been absolutely outstanding. So, as I said, I'm literally not exaggerating to those watching at home when I say I think we've seen 2 of the best races ever in BRKC history in the semi-finals. What's going to happen here? It's got all the makings of it. It's got all the right people in it.
Yeah.
Matt Barsh is going to lead them round. We've seen that happen a lot this weekend. Matt Barsh is leading the way. It's a very slow run round. Matt Barsh is often one of the earliest on the power, but he's really judging it right. Can he catch Matt? Yeah, a little bit. They're going to give it green, though, but that's about the biggest gap they tolerate. Bram Gelton in second place, and Matt Barsh leads the way. Bram Gelton second. They're going into the Snell section. They're all pretty tidy there, Adam. All in down the inside. It's Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley seems to have lost some places there. He's battling with Brad Philpott. They're way down the order. And here comes Matt Barsh down onto the backstretch. Round this fast corner. There they are, Manley and Philpott and Harrison Kirkham at the back there.
We'll see if Lewis can do what he did last night and pull off the early pit stop. That was a strategy that he worked out pretty well.
Yeah, he was one of the first ones to make the early pit stop work this year. Very often we've seen it work, but it only started to work once Lewis had done it. It's been working today, though, so a realistic opportunity. And, of course, Lewis Manley may feel that works for him again. However, a lot depends on what's in front of him.
Correct. I was able to utilize that strategy this morning and got my best result today. So
absolutely, it worked for you.
Yes, it did.
It's probably going to work here as well. Now, Lewis Manley, who you were talking about, though, he is some way back from the driver in front because of his shenanigans with Philpott. That is Mateusz Matus from Poland. There he is, Matus, and then there's gap to Manley. So probably a later stop maybe for Manley. He'll close the gap first, do we think?
Perhaps. It depends on what kind of shenanigans go on in front, of course.
Yeah, it does. Nobody's really actually, shall we say, in contact with each other. So we're not expecting anything to kick off anytime soon. The top 7 really are circulating pretty close, but no one's actually, trading paint, so to speak. It is Matt Barsh with 3 laps in from Bram Gelton, Ruben Boutens, the double world champion, and then Johan Medart. Now, Johan Medart is due a major win here. He's been there or thereabouts. I don't believe he's won this year, but we've seen him win in the past. There's Ruben Boutens, double world champion. There's Johan Medart that we're talking about. And there is Mason Brown. Tell us a little bit about Mason Brown there, Adam.
Well, Mason has come up to our pro class at Victory Lane Indoor Karting in Charlotte, North Carolina, and he's quickly come up to pace.
Action in the pit lane, sorry guys.
Action in the pit lane, sorry Adam, we're just going to cut away.
Matus in the pit lane, it was good on gate 1 and it's good on gate 2, so our first pit stop of the race, and he goes to the back of the grid.
Okay, so yes, that drops him back down, Matus. So the early pit stop for Matus. Sorry, tell us more about Mason Brown.
That's okay. He's come up to the pace really quickly, and he's challenged Aiden, who has been our 11-time repeat champion. and so
11 time.
Yeah, so he's Mason is actually keeping Aiden honest, so to speak. And Anton's actually right behind him. So they're 1, 2, 3 in our championship every single season.
So we're seeing some of the finest that you guys have to offer on display here, and what a show they're putting on. Certainly, I know you guys have done a lot of work, so it's not a shock to you, but it's been a shock to a lot of people, the performance of the American team in general, and certainly some new faces and names. Mason Brown is not an internationally recognised name until now. Will you guys be doing the World Championship next year in Belgium? After
BRKC's performance, I think it's going to be hard to not give it a shot.
I think giving it a shot is going to be very worthwhile. Certainly some of the performances we've seen, I mean, you guys are all right up there, and it's going to be worth it, I think, worth it.
Yeah.
You certainly would be worthy of entries, and maybe, in this case, maybe Mason Brown, if he can get in the final, if he can get in the top position in the final, could even win an entry.
Correct.
That's going to be worth a lot. Carry on.
The Kart World Championship this year was actually quite intense, and last year's event, and we're developing some rivalries. I believe Aiden Kennedy got a win over Vika Schlitz at the last heat round, and Mason got some great performances out there as well. Almost made the semis. So we're looking forward to continue to build on this momentum. And
certainly, of course, Adam, here in the BRKC. Obviously on the live stream going across the world, back to USA, everything else. You guys, particularly people like, say, Mason Brown, you've probably made a whole bunch of new fans, but also some enemies at the same time. There's a lot of people who begrudgingly recognising great performance. Harrison Kirkham there, he's running near the tail. Matus is at the back. Meantime, though, we've got Matt Barsh in the lead. There's a quarter race done now. Matt Barsh has not been able to pull away. Sam Slater we saw in the earlier semi-final, he was able to pull away, and that's not happening in the second race, that's not happening in this third race. Bram Gelton is right on the tail of Matt Barsh, Ruben Boutsen is right on his tail. Of course, these are separate teams. Johan Medart is the only one who's got a teammate ahead in the form of Ruben Boutsen. Then, of course, you get down to Mason Brown, but he's kind of, he's hanging on to the back of Johan Medart there. We can see on screen there.
We are seeing some pace differences develop here. Yeah. And I think that's critical for anybody trying to make a strategic play on the pit stop.
Absolutely. Matt Barsh has gone into this with a lot of points. Bram Gelton's gone in with a lot of points. Ruben Boutsen's gone in with a lot of points, but it's a more marginal, and I never thought I would ever be saying this in all these years, it's more marginal, Ruben Boutsen's position, if anybody could do with winning this, because of course being demoted to 5th in that first heat race of the whole competition on Saturday morning. Ruben Boutsen's the one who needs to do well here. He could do with taking the win.
Also, Matt Barsh got caught out by the red flag that my cart caused earlier today, and Bram snookered him. So this is definitely going to be tight here at the front.
Indeed, Bram Gelton was able to take advantage of the confusion there. This time, though, it's Matt Barsh who's leading the way, and no sign of any confusion. Now, when it comes to strategies, Andy, I'm going to bring you in on this one. No pit bar one, Matus, and we are
Lewis in.
Oh, Lewis is in.
Yeah, I was expecting Lewis to come in, to be honest. He's been sitting there at the back making zero progress, so this makes complete sense. Comes in, both green. He's back out. He's got clean air, but he's side by side. No, he loses out to Matus.
Oh, this is a bit serious actually for Lewis Manley. He is 14 seconds back. If when the pit stop cycle through, he would probably only be around about maybe 6th, 7th, something like that. It could well be that we finally see a situation where Lewis Manley fails to make the final. He's actually got to make a lot more progress here than this. Obviously he can't sit in last. He's not going to sit in last. Everyone else has to make a pit stop. He will leapfrog some. The question is how many. But I want to draw your attention, Anthony, to Ruben Boutens. When it comes to strategy, we've always really taken Ruben Boutens as the benchmark on strategy. If anyone could come up with a solution to being third to first in this, it's going to be Ruben Boutens. The question is if he can do it now.
Action in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Sorry, James. Mason Brown, the American, is in the pit lane. It's a good first gate, comes into gate 2, and it's a penalty on gate 2. Disaster for Mason Brown.
Adam, your thoughts?
Oh, geez. He had such a great weekend going. I think he's going to be disappointed in that, but knowing Mason, he's just going to get his head down and crank out those laps and see what happens. He's going to have to go long, I think.
Yeah, the question we got is he going to come immediately into the pits to take the penalty, or will he sit out there and pretty much wait till the end? We're looking at Ruben Boutens, but we're expecting Mason. No, Mason Brown is not coming in. So
clearly he's going to go long then.
He's going to go long.
He's
so
going
a
to wait
very
till
late
the
race.
very late.
Stop. Yeah. Okay, now obviously a massive disappointment for the American contingent. He was clearly one of your front men, one of the most likely to be in the final. Where was he on points going into this, Adam?
I believe he was third.
So it's
actually, he'll be 4th.
He was 4th on points going
Yes.
in. Well, that potentially is a bit of a get-out. This is why it's important, those watching at home, that the drivers score very well in the heat races, because the points from the heat races...
Mason Brown's back in. He's back in now, so he didn't go long. He came in, he waited a lap. I think he just needed to cool down, so he didn't swear as he came in. It's good for the second one. A yellow light did come on, but it was okay. The green came on before the yellow.
So he's out and back in the race, Adam. Now, as I was saying, he scored a lot of points there, so he might scrape it, but of course, where is he? He's 22 seconds behind. He's 7 seconds behind Lewis Manley. It's not actually over, is it?
No, but he is going to be under the pressure of getting blue flags. You see the pace of the front here. He's got about maybe 10-second gap back to Mateus, or Matt Barsh, excuse me.
That's right. Now, having obviously seen Mason Brown come in the pits and have the problem there drop back, that promotes the top American in this race as being Anton Schoppler. He's running in 6th place. Now, he's right on the tail of Brad Philpott. Bit of a gap, though, to Johan Medart, 4th place. What do you think Anton will be thinking about all this?
Well, it looks like Brad's moving up the field, so it appears that Anton is kind of sandbagging just a little bit, so he's going to have to focus and keep putting laps in.
Yeah, it's almost a group of 3. There's Philpott, there's Anton Schoppler that we're talking about, but he has got Harrison Kirkham right on his tail. So Anton Schoppler there in the black helmet, Brad Philpott, series organiser, and Anton Schoppler, then Harrison Kirkham.
Into the pit lane, sorry James. Yeah, it's the number 13 that's entered. This is Harrison Kirkham. Now Harrison's had a good gate 1, good gate 2. He goes out at the back behind Lewis Manley, but crucially in front of Mason Brown.
Yeah, that has worked out quite well from maybe Anton Schoppler's point of view, Adam, because of course it relieves the pressure.
Well, and also Harrison made a good choice, because if he's catching Anton, he's got to get back into clear laps.
Yeah, so Harrison Kirkham, his mission now is to set lap after lap as fast as he can. The fastest lap of the race topically is Bram Gelton, one of just 2 drivers into the 29-second bracket at this stage. However, Harrison Kirkham is going to be laying down those sort of lap times so he can try and leapfrog Anton. But if Anton can sort of be pulled forward by Brad Philpott, he might just cover it, Adam.
Maybe. We'll see if Harrison gets to the back of Lewis Manley, if they start to play some defense here.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Just to let's have a little look at the actual positions on track at the moment. There are some pit stops to be taken. There are some that have been made, including the penalty stop for Mason. Matt Barsh, Bram Gelton, they are the top 2. Ruben Boutens is 3rd, Johan Medart 4th, Brad Philpott is in 5th, Anton Schoppler is 6th, Mateusz Matus is in 7th, Lewis Manley 8th, Harrison Kirkham 9th, and Mason Brown in 10th. The pit stops have been taken by the bottom 4, so there are 6 pit stops we're waiting for with just under 9 minutes to go plus 1 lap. So there is Lewis Manley. Here comes, that is Harrison Kirkham there, and there is Ruben Boutens. Ruben Boutens, a watching brief on those 2 leaders. He's certainly not letting them get away, Adam. This is obviously Ruben Boutens, one of the best strategic minds in this sort of business, but he's going to have his thinking cap on for this one.
This is a very different semi from the first 2, as the pace of the front 3 have just been lights out. So it's quite clear that it's going to be a 3-horse battle.
Absolutely, and this is the 3rd of those 3 horses, the Dutchman Ruben Boutens. Over the years, we've said so many things about him. We've run out of superlatives. He has been a 6 times champion round here at Formula Fast, including when it first came here, and it was only Sean Brierley last year who beat him as they come through around that snail section hairpin there. But Matt Barsh, Bram Gelton, Matt Barsh, of course, slightly older generation. Bram Gelton, one of the relative newer drivers. Johan Medart's been around a while, so is Brad Philpott. Anton Schoppler, one of the new Americans on the scene. Mateusz Matus, pretty young guy, but he's been around a while. Lewis Manley's been around the entire time. The BRKC's been the single venue championship here at Formula Fast. Harrison Kirkham, a new face. Mason Brown, of course, a new face from the USA, and by the sounds of things, a relatively new face to you guys.
I believe so.
Yeah. So Mason Brown, unfortunately, picking up that second penalty. Has he been able to make inroads? He's now 4 seconds behind Harrison Kirkham, so he is on a bit of a mission. And of course, he is of the 4 drivers now in 29 seconds. One of them is Mason Brown. Almost a feeling of what could have been there, Adam. I hate to pour coals on this fire.
Yeah. Sorry to double check your question there. I was taking a look at the gap between Johan Medart and Mateusz Matus. If they're looking to make their pit stop here, they're perhaps Mateusz and Lewis are going to jump Johan there.
Yeah, they might. Let's have a look. That's the time's 20 in the gap of, sorry, that's the lap time. Mateusz Matus is fast into the 29 seconds. But Lewis Manley, yeah, he would actually just about jump Johan Medart. This, 9 seconds, sorry, just about, it would be on. It would be side by side out of the pits, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. Lewis Manley, there are some more important pit stops, shall we say, to cycle through. Lewis Manley's trying to close in on Matus. The fastest lap has now gone to Ruben Boutens, 29.8. He's the quickest out there on the track. A few drivers in the 29 seconds now, but fastest is 3rd place Ruben Boutens. Anthony, back down there in the pit lane, we're by and large waiting for pit stops, to be honest, and obviously so are you. There's only just under 6 minutes remaining, but 6 pit stops to be made.
Yeah, exactly that. One more's just come in, though. It is the 15 of Anton Schoppler. Yeah. It was a good stop on the first one. He was shaking his head. I felt like he was a little bit slow off the line, but it's 2 green lights, and he heads out right next to Kirkham.
Yeah, he's side by side with Harrison Kirkham, but Schoppler's got the inside. He's got the inside. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. How about that one, Adam?
Oh, my gosh, that's great. The driver exiting the pits has the advantage coming around the snail, and he made it work.
Yeah, because it's always very interesting there, because the driver exiting the pits has the inside, but the driver on the outside has more momentum. So we very often see a real side-by-side battle, exactly such as that one there. But Anton Schoppler was able to get the inside into that tight bit there, the hairpin, and that was crucial in taking the position. Yeah, Harrison Kirkham, though, still on him in the Snell section. Could we see a pass? No, Schoppler's got him covered.
You totally can get caught out there as well. If you don't do it right, and there's a bunch of carts on track, in a train, you may get undercut as well.
I've got Johan Medart in the pit lane as well. Sorry to cut over. It's a good pit stop. He comes out right next to Matus and actually goes behind Matus, but in between him and Manley.
Now, can Manley jump him into the snail? The answer is no. Manley to the outside, back to the inside. Johan Medart has got him covered, and Johan Medart comes out, as you said, Anthony, behind Matus, but crucially from his point of view, ahead of Lewis Manley. So Lewis Manley's up to 7th, but he has not been able to leapfrog Johan Medart. There's going to be a lot of interest when we put the points out for this final. There's going to be some shocks, I'm sure, even despite the fact we got a bit of a feel of it. So Lewis Manley was not able to make anything there. Anton Schoppler, of course, is what? Well, about 5 seconds back from Lewis Manley. So probably not able to join the fight in the time we got. There is Anton Schuppler. Of course, he's got the full attention of Harrison Kirkham. When it comes to the racing, Anton Schuppler, how good is he in your view, Adam, in terms of absorbing pressure like this?
Well, he's very consistent in our leagues at home.
Yeah.
So he has the composure and the strategy to make things work.
Good.
I think today he's getting caught out by kart luck, and it looks like the experience of the veterans here are taking over.
Yeah, the problem is with an international championship such as this, because everybody is so good, the little things start showing up, don't they? And that's what makes this kind of thing cagey. That's why we like it watching, but pretty horrible if you're out on the track.
Yeah, and Mateus did his job, as I predicted, and you'll see now that that everybody's pitted, that Ruben and Bram and Matt will say, hey, it's time for us now.
Absolutely. Now, interesting thing here.
They're double stacking. Oh no, I thought they were. Bram put his hand up and Ruben put his hand up. I thought they were going to double stack in the pit lane. No, but Bram, a good pit stop in the first gate. Then it comes to gate 2. It's going to be close. Green light. Philpott goes past, but Bram is in clean air now.
Yeah, Bram Gelton, he resumes in 4th, and Brad Philpott's up to 3rd, but has yet to pit. So basically, Anthony, it looked like the 2nd and 3rd were both going to come in, and Ruben Bouton's bailed out of the pit stop just in time to avoid the double stack. Would that be right?
Yeah, that was exactly right, yeah. Now Rubens is coming in. The hand goes up. Now he's got a clear pit lane. He comes in. This is crucial. Red light comes on. Gets the green. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Second gate. Gets the green. It's going to be side by side.
Yes, it is with Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton's around the outside. He's got the moment. He cuts across incredibly. Bram Gelton takes the position from Ruben Boutons, and that's the position they were in before. But Bram Gelton had to do it round the outside. He had the momentum on the track. Ruben Boutons had the line, as you said, Adam, on the inside. But Bram Gelton...
Race leader.
Yeah,
race leader in the pit lane. This is it. This is the one that matters. Into the first gate. It's a green light into gate number 2. It's green, it's good, and he's in clean air. Philpott pits now as well, and he gets the green on the first one. Where's he going to come out of? He's going to be behind this first trio. He gets the green, he comes out behind Manley.
Yeah, Brad Philpott comes out behind Manley, but I tell you what, it was a lot closer than it seemed it was going to be with Matt Barsh as they entered the Snell section. Bram Gelton, Ruben Boutons had a serious load of momentum on him, and it looked for a moment like they were going to go through in the middle of the Snell section. Now we can see they've basically ended up where they started, Adam, with nose to tail result here. We've got 1 minute 20 plus a lap. Ruben Boutons is still in 3rd now. Lewis Manley 6th. Let's check. Yes, that's everybody taking the pit stop. Now, what's been interesting here is, despite making 2 stops, Mason Brown has actually caught up with Harrison Kirkham, Anton Schuppler. Yes, he's only in 10th place, but what a performance to get that close. It's now a 3-way fight at the back.
Oh, it looks like he made a move going into the snail there and failed a little bit. But that's a testament to Mason's pace all week. I mean, there's nothing that can be said other than he's been fast.
Yeah, two stops and he's still in contention, albeit with the battle at the back. However, we're looking at Ruben Boutons there. A contact warning, though, topically for Mason Brown, which is a test to what you've just been talking about. So here we are. Matt Barsh, the Polish driver, leads the way. There's Bram Gelton on screen, and there is Ruben Boutons in 3rd. So double world champion Ruben Boutons. He gave it his best. Oh, they're looking down the inside. Boutons one side, then the other on Bram Gelton. He's trying the outside, but it's not working. A bigger gap there for Matt Barsh. That is the net result of that attempt there by Ruben Boutons. Ruben Boutons, I know he thinks he's on the back foot a little bit points-wise. Will we see a move into the hairpin? He's trying. Bram Gelton's got to cover it, but this is where it gets cagey. 9 seconds on the timer, so when Matt Barsh crosses the line next time through, it's going to be the last lap. So, Adam, it's looking a bit nasty for 2nd place. Bram Gelton's going to have his hands full for the last lap and a half.
I mean, it's been an exciting race, but, the typical players did what they need to do. Pit when they thought they had the opportunity, and then cover the attacking player.
Which is why they're the champions they are. Now, I have to say, though, that Mason Brown is right on the tail of Harrison Kirkham, who's right on the tail of Anton Schuppler. So your American drivers, albeit at the back, are in a battle for position with the one that Anton Schuppler, your lead driver, currently holds.
Oh, and there was
Matt
a move.
Barsh. A move, yes, and it was Mason Brown in the snail.
Oh, he's got it.
He's done it. He's on the inside of Harrison Kirkham. But meantime, Matt Barsh takes the win. Incredible. And Bram Gelton side by side. Ruben Boutons is gone Bram Gelton's way. Ruben Boutons 3rd.
Let's see if Mason
what's
can hold
happening,
it.
You talk us through this final lap.
Okay, Mason's coming around the horseshoe here, and then he's got the hairpin, and it looks like he's made it work. we'll see if the stewards have anything to say, though.
Absolutely right there, Adam. But it looks like on paper that Mason Brown did pick up a position at the end there at the expense of Harrison Kirkham. So an incredible win there by Matt Barsh, and an incredible second by Bram Gelton, and a great third by Ruben Boutens. Now we're going to have to look at the scores at the end of this to see exactly who's gone where. I think at the moment it's likely that Anton and Mason Brown will be out of the final. Does that mean everybody's out now, Adam?
I don't know. We'll have to see how Aiden's points in fifth matter.
Yes, of course.
But I think Ryan's back half result will put him out for sure.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a testament to the quality of this heat that the fastest drivers have, you know, found themselves at the back here.
Yeah.
You know, with Anton and Mason
Quality
performing
across the board.
seconds and thirds all week, or wins and all weekend.
Yeah,
you know.
go down, pits down. So thanks for that, Adam. We've got Anthony Jordan in the pits.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, a pretty exciting race, that one. It was nail-biting to the end. I was getting worried about the pit stops happening. I think the guys managed to get that sorted out. They did stay in position, but boy, did they make it close for everyone. As soon as Matt Barsh has finished getting his social media goodness done, we'll have a quick chat with him. Matt, mind yourself, don't trip over. That would be a disaster before the final. Well, congratulations. A nice race win there. A good way to end the semi-finals. Did you expect that?
I haven't worked now. It's a very strange race. I'm not be fine about my kart. I must improve all time. Every lap I improve, change something to be best, and I know we'll be so close. Ruben pushing, Bram pushing too, so it's very, very hard race. But good strategy, I think, and good pits off.
Exactly that. Of course, when it comes to that one as well, you pitted so late as well. Was there any strategy behind that? What were you thinking all the way through that?
Yeah, my strategy will be waiting for the guys behind, so that will be late because I must wait what happened. Yeah, I have signed from my awesome staff, awesome team, so he gave me now go there, so I must concentrate about race. Yeah. So.
Well, brilliant stuff. Congratulations on that one. We'll let you rest and get yourself ready for the final that will be coming up in just a moment as well. Brilliant race, so congratulations on that one. Semi-finals are done. Super Pole is coming up in just a moment's time. If you've never seen a Super Pole, stay tuned for that because it is very, very exciting. And then, of course, we go into our final race of the weekend. Who is going to be crowned BRKC 2023 champion?
Okay then, so thanks for that, Anthony. Well, what a set of semi-finals we've had, including two of the greatest races really in the history of the BRKC. We've got the final coming up, and from what we've seen, it can only get better than this, and even though that's hard to say. So we're going to be checking on the points, see who's made it through, see who hasn't made it through, and then we'll be giving out the results and seeing who's in what. Now, the final, how does this work? Well, all the drivers are going to qualify in the same kart, so they're not going to be qualifying individually in the individual karts as we've seen so far. They are going to be qualifying in just one kart, so that means they'll be getting in, warm-up lap, qualifying lap, back in. Next driver takes over, process repeated for all 10, and so they'll be doing that on order of points. And so when we run through that, then we will know the actual positions. Then they will be in the karts they're going to be driving in the race. And obviously they get to draw the kart number in that order. And we see how that shapes out. So we're going to be aiming for 7:30 on that. So what is that now? We've got a half-hour break where the karts are fueled, checked, etc. So maybe a fraction earlier. So if you're enjoying this on the live stream, be ready at that kind of time. 7:30 when we're looking to be sending them out for that qualifying. And we'll also have, obviously, a list of who they are. And we'll know the full point situation then. So in the meantime, we'll be taking a quick breather. Thank you for joining us so far. And then join us for the grand final. It's just the qualifying, the grand final, and the final itself to go. And that is it. £1,000 to the winner. Kart World Championship entries to the top 3. And we'll see how this plays out for the rest of the evening. Thank you very much. See you later. And here we are for the grand final at Formula Fast for the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. It's all come down to this. There have been 100 competitors. They got whittled down to 30 for the semi-finals. That has now been whittled down to 10. Who were those drivers? Well, they're among some of the best we've seen. It is Matt Barsh, it's Vika Schlets, it's Dennis Holler, Sam Slater, Bram Gelton, Sean Briley, Ruben Moutons, Kuba Pachulski, Ramon Pinero and Ivan Shana. A glittering international field there in the final itself. Now, some of these drivers, of course, made it through right at the very end. Sean Briley coming through from 10th through to 2nd in the semi-final. That made all the difference. There was no way he was going to make it from 10th place, but he came through to 2nd, did what he needed to do, booked a place in the final. So we can see that that is the kind of form that won him the championship last year, and he's now in their final to defend his title from 2022. So I'm looking down the pit lane just out the window there, and I can see there is only one kart in the pit lane. Why is that? Because everybody's going to qualify in the same kart for this one. So there's no question over kart parity when you're all using the same kart. We're going to see the drivers, they're going to go down, and in order they will be taking that kart out. It's going to be a warm-up lap, a flying lap, and back in. Then the next driver jumps in, repeats the same. So Anthony's going to be very busy after each run, checking in with each driver, see what went right and what went wrong in their qualifying lap. It's just going to be down to the lap they can do, to be honest. Then they will all get in the karts they're racing. Then we'll be on for the grand final. There's a difference to this, though. It's going to be a 30-minute race. There will be 2 pit stops on this one, so 2 pit stops will be made. So almost like kind of a double strategy. We've seen some people pitting early and pitting late before. We've seen people pitting consecutive laps, getting that pit stop done very early on. And we've seen people leaving it right to the end with a double pit stop near the end. Of course, the scope for the pit lane getting very, very busy near the end is high. So a lot of thought's got to go into it for those drivers who've made it through. However, all the drivers who made it through, very used to this sort of format of racing. So if anyone's going to get it right, not trip over each other, it's going to be them. But we've seen penalties. Now, if someone's getting a penalty in this race on just one of those stops, 3 stops in a 30-lap race could see them out of contention. So it's going to be very, very highly contested, this, not least of which there are Kart World Championship entries up for grabs for the podium sitters, and there's a £1,000 first prize, a massive trophy for the winner, and also the spot prizes that are up for grabs as well. So the drivers are now down in the area there. Everyone's been looking at the kart, considering which one it is. They know the karts well. They've all spent time in them during the practice, during the racing itself, and it looks like Ramon Pinero is checking out his weight. We'll see who is first to go. The kart number 20 looks like the one that we're going to be qualifying in. It's the one at the end of the pit lane there. I can see literally everyone's down there. Everyone's getting ready with the weights. They've got to be weighted up to 90 kilos, so there's no advantage in being, very small and slender, whatever. Basically, if you are less than 90 kilos, you've got to weight up. Most of these drivers at the level they're operating at now have their own seat. That puts the weight where they want it, down low in the kart. For those who need that little extra, there's some slots on the kart itself, and they can load up with weights from the circuit here. So the marshal's getting ready. The track does look clean, looks good to go, and the drivers just checking their weights out. They do not want to come in the pits and find they're failing the weight check. So 90 kilos it's got to be, and we'll be getting this qualifying underway very, very soon. So what a tournament we've had so far. It's really been one of the most spectacular. I say this every year, but each year it keeps getting stronger. Notable features this time. Incredible victories by the likes of Bradley Shepherd and his team. We'll see what the team prize is like on that. However, Blue Star Racing do have quite a number of drivers in this final who are going to continue with scoring points. In fact, I think the team prize is over now. It's done at the end of the semi-final, so we'll see what the standings are there. Now, the American team, they turned up from nowhere, some names we hadn't heard of, very much firmly on the map, already talking World Championship entries, already talking about coming back from next year, and it just keeps getting stronger all the time. Let's see what's in store here. Who is my money on? Well, I wouldn't like to make a call here, but maybe Vika Schlets, maybe Matt Barsh. Both of them had good runs. Vika Schlets has not lost a race except the semi-final. Matt Barsh has been first in every race bar one when he was second. Sean Brierley, he put on the performance, one of the performances of all time in BRKC, running right the way through to a final winning place in his semi-final. But whoever can rule out Ruben Boutons. Now we're looking on screen here. Who we got here? That's Sean Brierley and Sam Slater. They're not even in the same team, but they are the same nationality, known each other for years. There's Vika Schlets there with the golden helmet, and that looks like Ivan Schoner. Now Vika Schlets, he's on the scales. Those are the weights that we can see, the coloured weights there from the track. So if anyone finds they've shaved off a bit of weight just in sweating it out during the races today, they can add some of those weights. Now if we look from the side, certainly there is the benchmark. That's Ruben Boutons, the Blue Star Racing team. And there is Eliana De Vos, and there is Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton always looks a little bit gangsterish, doesn't he? I mean, would you want to face him on the track? No. Would you want to meet him outside in the dark? Probably even less. Lewis Manley there in the red and white. He has failed to make the cut this year. There is Dennis Holler looking cool and collected as always. And yeah, who we got? That's Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh, of course, had an amazing run this, and that is the kart they're going to qualify in. The number 20 there, they're all going to share that one kart. And Anthony, are you down in the pit lane?
I am.
You are. What's the feeling down there? Obviously, everyone's got a little bit of nerves. They're going to be watching each other one after another going out.
Yeah, it's always that sort of nervous time, isn't it? Because drivers, it's this, well, obviously in these sort of regulations, it's the same kart that they all use. So there's no question about, oh, my car wasn't as quick as their car in qualifying. It's all done in the same car. So this is purely down to driver skill. And for these drivers, yeah, it's a nervous time for them. They don't know what's going to happen. Of course, there's only 10 of them going out. But the main thing is that the rest of the drivers are down here as well. This year as well, you've got the balcony behind me. That is full of people as well and everything like that. But of course, it's not all about the drivers down here. You know, there are more important people in this paddock than drivers, and they're photographers as well.
Of course, Anthony,
Lee.
we're dealing here with the legend that is Lee Marshall.
We have got Lee Marshall here. Hi, Lee.
It's been great to be here the last couple of days. I have got so many great photographs. It's really, really exciting.
Oh, good. I'm glad. You've got some fantastic photos. You've got all the angles. You can get some nice low angles here. Low angles are the nicer angles, aren't they?
Absolutely. I've set myself in a few positions where I thought people were going to start moaning at me, getting down really low, but I've got away with it so far.
No, you've got away with it. And of course, as a guess, on a whim, how many photos do you reckon you've taken?
I'm probably up to about 3,000 photographs I've taken. I've sorted that down to probably about 1,500 images so far.
Well, go take a couple more.
Right, so Anthony, we've got the drivers in the lineup now, and looking from the left, we've got Matt Barsh. There's Matt Barsh. Kuba Pachulski is next to him with the white helmet there. Bram Gelton is the third one across from the left, and there's Sean Brierley. Next to Sean Brierley, it's Ramon Pinero, Ivan Schoner in the blue, and there's Dennis Holler in the black with the cap. Sam Slater, one of Britain's top hopes there, is stood next to Ruben Boutons, and on the right is Vika Schlets. So there's Holler, Schoner, Pinero, Brierley, last year's champion, Bram Gelton, and Kuba Pachulski, and there's Matt Barsh on the end. Matt Barsh won with a good chance this year. So these are the finalists. These are the drivers who have made it through to the final, the top 10 out of 100 entries. Can we look beyond Ruben Boutons on the right to make such a comeback? He has won this event 6 times, and he is a double world champion. But there is a bit of a changing of the guard, led potentially by Vika Schlets, who was to the right, Ruben Boutons there. There's Matt Barsh. He's been around a long time, shaking hands with Ruben Boutons. A lot of luck wishing, but each one wants to win for themselves. From across the board there, everyone potentially could win this. We're talking about top quality. It's just going to be how it works out in this. Now, remember, we do have a 30-minute race, as we've had before, but 2 pit stops. So, Anthony, you're going to have each driver in twice for this one. Imagine a 30-lap race where you get a penalty on one of those stops. That means 3 stops.
Yeah, that would be, well, suboptimal, I suspect. Wouldn't be something you'd like to happen. So, yeah, that was one thing I think this is on the drivers' list that they don't want to do over these next 30 minutes of their final. Of course, they've got the Super Pole to go before that. Right now, the drivers are getting their portraits taken. Sean Brierley going up there. Thought he'd do a miserable face to start off with, but he was told to smile, and he did. But, but funnily enough, we couldn't tell the difference. But Dennis Holler's going up now. Yeah, this is sort of the moment. I think this moment here where you're finally getting the final preparations done before you go out for qualifying, you know, photos are being taken. Now the nerves are starting to build. Now the butterflies, you get going in your stomach. I've been speaking to a lot of drivers over my short career in commentary so far, you know, international, well-known drivers who have been racing for years and years and years. And they always tell me, before the start of a race, they get butterflies. But as soon as the flag goes down, they're absolutely fine.
Short career indeed. Now there's Vika Schlitz. That's someone who we haven't seen any butterflies from him all weekend, have we?
No, not really. Oh, well, I mean, some of them, you know, they say they're cool, calm, collected. They say that they're, you know, prime drivers and they're the no fear whatsoever. But we know secretly inside they've got some butterflies going around in their tum-tum, I suspect, at one point. It's a given. It's a given.
Absolutely right there, Anthony. The one thing I always found in racing is that the worst time is before you actually drive out. You're in the machine, whether it's a car, a kart, whatever the race, big level race, little level race, doesn't matter. The worst part is where you're waiting to go. It's the waiting that hurts, I think. I don't know how you feel about that, but the waiting was always the bit that got me. Once you're in action, once things are moving, you're doing something, you can forget about it. What the heck? Before then, you know you're not actually waiting to do something. But, of course, you're sat in the car waiting to go. Horrible, especially if the engine is off.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't have that distraction, you know, warm engine, you can have your hands on it, anything like that, the rumble. Yeah, it's always a distraction. But, yeah, like you say, there's lots of little things around here to distract you. You know, the crowds, the lights, the flares at the side of the track. What a prime example, there you go, of a distraction around the circuit.
Is Anthony Jordan in the pit lane.
Exactly. I'm the biggest distraction here, not because I'm good looking, because I'm so ugly. So there we go. But the drivers now getting their helmets on. Now this is where, yeah.
Do we know who's qualifying first, Anthony?
I don't, but I can go and find out if you'd like. Well, Vika Schlitz, not Vika Schlitz, Evan. Well, do we know who's qualifying first? What? Hey? Yeah, you're qualifying first. I don't think you're racing tonight.
Hello.
Hello. You're not racing though, are you?
Oh, I'm always racing.
Oh, good, good. But you're not actually racing.
We've got an agreement. If I beat everyone here, I get to enter.
Okay, cool. There you go. That works. Do we actually know who's going out first, though, in qualifying? Have we done a coin toss or something? Ivan's going first. There we go.
That's it, Ivan Shana. So
Ivan Shana, sorry.
I'm going to take the assumption there now, Anthony, that we are working upwards of the list. So Ivan Shana, he is obviously the lowest point scorer of those 10. He will be going first. After that, it's going to be Ramon Pinero, Kuba Pichulski, Ruben Booten, Sean Browley, Bram Gelton, Sam Slater, Dennis Holler, Vika Schlitz, and Matt Marsh. We can expect to be the final qualifier on that basis.
I think you are correct in saying that. I've got Ivan just here. Ivan, it's been a tough weekend. You know, you had ups and downs. Are you ready?
I think I'm ready. I've made some costly mistakes today, but I'm trying to focus all my efforts into this qualifying lap and after that the race.
Yes, of course, that's how it will go. But yeah, it's been a long time. What would it mean to you if you could take home the trophy in this one, and the £1,000, of course?
I cannot comprehend it so far. We can talk about it after the race, but I can't even imagine it. I'm just focused on a quick lap for now.
Good stuff. We'll let you focus. We'll let you get in the zone. All of that, of course, even though, despite the fact that it's indoor karting, James, it's very, very tense down here. The tension is palpable.
Absolutely, Anthony. Well, we've got one of the Formula Fast mechanics. He's out on the track now, checking the kart out. He's the one. What was the offer to him? If he ends up qualifying first, he's in the final, is he?
Yeah, I think if he out-qualifies all the drivers. So the time that he sets right now, I don't know if we're going to get a record of this time, but if we do get a record of this time, if no one else beats it, yeah, he can go in the final.
Right, well, do you know
what? Going to take in it, but yeah.
Yes, we are going to get a record of this time because the timer is running. It's listing Ivan Shana, but obviously we know it's the Formula Fast mechanic. His outlap was a 32.5, so he's not hanging about. And, the timer has been switched off. That would have been interesting. I think the timer's been switched off just in case Phil Stanley at Formula Fast has to make good on that offer, should in fact the mechanic actually qualify on pole. So he's checking the kart out. They're going to just give it a bit of warmth, So the first driver out, which in this case is the Hungarian champion, as it happens, Ivan Shana, he does not get a stone cold kart. He gets a kart as if it's already been used, and therefore that evens things out even more, because those watching on the live stream, this is the grand final of the British Rental Kart Championship 2023, and all the drivers will be qualifying in the same kart before switching to the karts they're going to use for the race. Now, here comes the mechanic. He's in the pits this time. So down to you, Anthony, and Ivan Shana is going to fit his weights to the kart. He's going to get in, and the first qualifier will be out on track.
Yeah, exactly. The sooner you can get yourself ready and in the kart, the better you'll be. The Formula Fast team helping out there, getting the weights in the kart, and Ivan is ready to get himself going, adjusting the seat. Again, because he wants to keep the temperature in those tyres as soon as possible. Remember, he's only got an out lap and one flying lap to get that time in, and he makes his way onto the circuit.
Okay, so British Rental Kart Championship 2023 here at Formula Fast Milton Keynes. The first qualifier for the grand final is out on the warm-up lap. It is the Hungarian Ivan Shana. Ivan Shana is making his way around, and he's on his warm-up lap as we speak, getting a feel for the kart. He's on the backstretch. Here he comes. He's weaving around a little bit, just trying to maximise the... maybe it's mental, maybe it's real, but he's certainly trying to maximise any heat in the tyres. Now, here he is. He's going to cross the line. His qualifier begins now, and out he goes. He's heading towards the snail section. The snail gets slower and slower to a hairpin, and then faster and faster from the hairpin. There is the hairpin. So the snail gets faster and faster. He's on the throttle. He's going to be on the throttle all the way around these corners, all the way down the backstretch. A huge amount of time on full throttle here at Formula Fast, down the backstretch there at the far side of the building. Down he goes. It's going to be a lot of braking for this hairpin, though. Shana gets turned in. He's looking pretty cool there. Round he goes, very, very smooth, and into the final hairpin, and then he's going to give it the boot across the line. Here he goes, qualifies, and sets the first time of 30.4. Now, how is this going to work out? Because the we have seen in the past, Anthony, maybe not last year, but certainly a few years ago, where and several times where the first qualifier has actually sat there on the top and ended up qualifying on pole. So certainly Ivan Shana sets that benchmark. We've seen it before where it's been fast enough to stay on pole. Now we're obviously expecting I'm expecting Ramon Pinero next. Yes, it is. He's the one in the pit lane. What did you think of that, Anthony?
Yeah, it was okay. Came out with a 31.445 or 4.55, I should say. Yeah, pretty respectable time. Ivan comes out of the car. He's obviously a bit of a shake of the head, but you know, something you can take from that one. Ivan, how do you think that went?
I had one big slide on the opening session. We will see about the others, but it was a bit too slidey for me. I think Ramon will do better than me.
Well, it's still a good time. Keep an eye on that timing board. We'll see how your time sticks up. Ramon Pinero is out now.
Absolutely. Ramon Pinero, the Spanish driver, he is going to challenge that time. 31.4 is what he's aiming for. He's on his warm-up lap. Now, Ramon Pinero is in this final, but he has really had to work for it. The first couple of races early on Saturday, he wasn't looking this good at all, but he's won races since then, pulled up his point score, won his semi-final. That raised his point score to sufficient to make the grand final here for 2023. His qualifying lap starts now. What's it going to be? So that time up there, don't pay too much attention to that. That is purely his warm-up lap time. 31.4 is what he's aiming for, and this is the lap he's going to do it. He's coming out of the snail section now. He's heading for the fast corner, which will lead to the backstretch. Here he is. This is Ramon Pinero from Spain. Down the backstretch he goes. We've seen him so many times here at Formula Fast. This time he's in the grand final, gets turned in. Smooth round these final corners here. He's in the final hairpin, and then it's full power across the line. There he is, accelerating across the line. Ramon Pinero, what's it going to be? He's faster, 31.3. Just 0.06 seconds faster than Ivan Shana. So Ramon Pinero takes provisional pole position by 0.06 of a second. How close is that? Anthony, give yourself a stopwatch, and it'll take ages before you're stopping it that quick, right?
Yeah, it will indeed. But, you know, Ivan did say that he had a big slide out there as well. Obviously, the track has cooled down quite considerably since the last semi-final. So, of course, now drivers are aware of that. You would think they would take practice. So, Ramon in the pit lane now. He will see the timing tower, and he will be obviously very pleased with that one.
Kuba Pucholski.
Yep, Kuba Pucholski getting seated in the kart. We'll have a quick word with Roman when Kuba's out there, if we can. Roman, so provisional pole then for the final. Did the lap feel good?
It wasn't the best lap, but still solid. We'll see what, same as last year. Yeah. We do one lap, and we'll see what the others do, you know. Last year it took me a long way forward. We'll see how it goes this year. At least we're in the best position right now. Yeah.
Stay tuned. Keep an eye on that timing board. Here we go then, Kuba Pucholski.
Okay, so the target timing now, 31.399. Here he is, Kuba Pucholski from Poland. He's been a top performer this weekend. He's won a couple of races, and he's on his warm-up lap at the moment. So 31.3 is the time he's aiming for. He's either going to be fastest or third, I think. It's going to be very hard to set a time in between those times. His time begins now. This is the qualifying lap now for Kuba Pucholski. He's on the Snell section. He's getting to the tight hairpin. He turns in. Now he's increasing speed all the way out to the Snell area. This is the Snell section he's coming out of. The speed increases through this corner here. Flat out down the backstretch. He's been on full power since the hairpin of the Snell. Now he's on the brakes, turning in, bit slidier than the others so far. Will that cost him time? Will it gain him time? We will find out in a second, because he's now across the line. What's it going to be? Will it be faster or slower? He's quickest. Kuba Pucholski lowers it. 31.0, that is 0.3 of a second faster than Ramon Pinero, 0.4 of a second faster than Ivan Shana. So Kuba Pucholski sets a slightly quicker time, and he is the third qualifier, and he's gone fastest. He's going to be back with you in a moment, Anthony, in the pits. He's waving. He knows he's top of the table at the moment. But next up, of course, is double world champion and 6 times former British Rental Kart Championship winner, Ruben Boutens. So here comes Kuba Pucholski, and down to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Rubens will get ready. He'll want to get in that kart and sort it out ASAP to make sure that he is all set, ready to go. There we go then, Pucholski coming in. I don't think he needs to weigh himself. He knows he was the right weight before he went out. So let's have a quick word with Kuba. Congratulations on that one. Provisional pole, of course. Are you happy with the lap? It's the quickest we've had so far.
I think this lap was great. One mistake, but I think the other drivers will get better times because the kart is more warmer, and that's it. I will see how it will end up in the final. For sure, I want to have some fight with those drivers. Anyway, we'll see.
We'll see. Congratulations, well done. Ruben Boutens.
Okay, so 6 times BRKC champion Ruben Boutens is starting his qualifying lap now. He's on to the Snell section. Round he goes through the Snell. This is the hairpin, the tight part. Now he's building up speed, exiting the Snell area now. A number of corners, but each one is getting faster. Now he's on to the really quick left-hander that leads to the backstretch. He's carrying a lot of speed. Ruben Boutens there, hugging the inside, down the backstretch, getting turned in at the end there. Ruben Boutens, 6 times British champion, double world champion for the indoor karting, and he's on the final corner now. Okay, what will this time be? Ruben Boutens is second fastest, 0.2 of a second slower than Kuba Pucholski, so Rubens will line up second on the grid at the moment. So everyone's going to be shooting for that top time. Ruben Boutens currently second. It is, after 4 drivers, Kuba Pucholski from Ruben Boutens, Ramon Pinero, Ivan Shana. Next up will be the reigning champion, Britain's Sean Briley. Down to you in the pit lane there, Anthony.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Sean Briley currently sitting down, ready, priming himself ready. I won't distract him just as of yet because he needs to get in the zone for this one-off lap. You can imagine the amount of pressure that these drivers are going through. The fact that, again, a 6 times British champion and 2 times world champion only putting it on second place, you know, it just shows how much pressure they are going through. Let's quickly have a chat with Rubens. Rubens, if you want to put that down, obviously, I'm guessing it's quite heavy. We'll have a quick chat. Not the fastest time we've seen tonight, but still an incredibly quick time. Do we still feel confident going into the finals? Do you reckon we can manage it?
Sorry, what was the question?
Not the quickest time that we've seen tonight, but still a very quick time nonetheless. The kart was okay, but how was the lap for you?
Yeah, I don't think it was a very quick time, to be honest. Kart was difficult, so not a really good lap, but at least I will start in a better position than last year, that's for sure. So I'll make the best of the final anyway, so I'm looking forward to it.
Best of luck, Rubens. We'll see you out there. Obviously, our next driver, Sean Briley, out on track.
That's right. So Sean Briley is round the final turns on his warm-up lap. The reigning champion, Britain's Sean Briley, crossed the line. He's going to start his qualifier now. So what's it going to be? Kuba Pucholski has set the benchmark time, 31.0. Ruben Boutins, 0.2 behind that. Ramon Pinero, 0.3 behind that. Ivan Shana, 0.4 behind that one. So where at the end of this lap will Sean Briley sit? It's a question that's going to get answered in literally half a lap. He's looking very fast indeed. He's the reigning champion. He won here last year. And is he going to do the same this year? The qualifying is going to play a part. He's on to the final corner. What are we looking at for Sean Briley? He's crossing the line now. It is fastest. Sean Briley has set a new lap there, a new top lap, and it's 30.9, a mere 0.049 faster than Kuba Pucholski. An incredible lap there by Sean Briley. He will be delighted. He's visually delighted. Punch in the air, one hand on the wheel for Sean Briley. An incredible performance from a driver who at the start of the previous semi-final looked like he wasn't even going to make it in the final, is now fastest. Anthony Jordan in the pit lane.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, brilliant result then for Sean Briley. He's coming into the pit lane now. You heard a lot of celebrations, and he knows he's set that time, and he looks pretty chuffed with that one. The first driver to make it a sub-31-second lap time. Of course, we've seen drivers doing 29-second laps during the races, but that's when the tyres are fully up to temperature, track is warm, and in a race environment as well, you always go faster. Let's have a very quick word with Sean. Sorry guys, I just quickly button. Sean, congratulations, provisional pole. Nice result again. You were concerned about this weekend, but it's looking even brighter.
Yeah. Where's the camera gone? Fine. I messed up the quali a bit, realistically. I lifted off the throttle before I turned in for turn 2. The kart jumped a bit and my foot tapped the brake, but the entry just now is perfect, and I'm really happy. I'm hoping I can start pole again.
Let's hope you can as well. Best of luck, reigning champion last year. Let's go to Bram Gelton on track.
Yeah, Bram Gelton starting his lap now, so Bram Gelton begins his qualifier. We know Bram Gelton is very, very quick indeed. He's often he's that one that sneaks under the radar a little bit. The dark suit maybe is what does it, but Bram Gelton is more than capable of taking the pole here as he comes around out of that corner onto the backstretch. There goes Bram Gelton, the Dutchman, heading down. The hairpin at the end of the straight is very important there. He's got to get the braking right, and he does. He's into the final hairpin now. Good exits required, not hitting the barrier. He doesn't hit the barrier. Across the line, what's going to be Bram Gelton? Third fastest. So Sean Briley sits on the pole with 30.9. A mere 0.04 behind is Kuba Pucholski. 0.1 behind is Bram Gelton. 0.2 behind is Ruben Boutins. 0.43 is Ramon Pinero, and 0.49 is Ivan Shana. So Bram Gelton puts himself into third place there. It's still Sean Briley topping the times though. Anthony Jordan, Sean must be well looking at that board with delight.
Yes, he is. He's so delighted he's had to put a woolly hat on to cover up any... no, hi, Sean. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not going to say anything negative about that. I was only going to say nice things. Bram, let's have a quick word on that one. Not obviously the result you wanted, third, but it's still a quick time. Do you reckon that's doable?
Yeah, it was a very difficult kart. A lot of understeer, so happy with the lap.
It's a good one. It's very chilly out there, but cheers, Bram. We'll let you go. Sam Slater makes his way out on track.
Yeah, Sam Slater, one of the British drivers who does a lot more of the international racing. He's been in action in a number of the international competitions, similar to this, but in other countries. His big aim for the year away from the UK, he's having a stab at the Swedish Championship this year, so we'll keep an eye on how he does later in the year. Of course, he'll be there at the World Championships too. He's on his warm-up lap. He's near the end of the lap. So Sam Slater, we saw the most dominant victory early on for him as he's crossing the line now for his qualifier. There he goes. It begins now. So Sam Slater, what can he do? He knows his way around the track. He knows how to drive an indoor kart, and he's looking good at this stage. He's on the snail. He's coming out of the snail there. The corners, as I say, keep getting faster through this section here. This is the fast corner onto the backstretch. There is Sam Slater hugging the inside, leaning out slightly to lift the weight from the inside wheel. Doesn't want to cause himself some understeer by leaning in. Oh, a little bit wide there maybe for Sam Slater. We'll see what that does to the time, but I think it was a little bit wide there, Anthony. He's coming across the line now. What's it going to be for Sam Slater? Slater is... He's last, he's 7th, half a second away from Sean Briley, and I don't know about this, Anthony, ask him, but it looked as though a little bit of an error down in the hairpin at the bottom there. He seemed to run a little bit wide at the end of the long straight after the corner, and that may be what made the difference. So Sam Slater coming back towards you, Anthony, in the pit lane. He will be a bit gutted to be down in 7th, although it is only half a second, but it's 7th.
I'd best be careful with the question that I ask him. I don't want to get throttled as he comes out of the kart. So let's find out how he feels. Obviously, yeah, hairpin, like you say, mistake. The body language kind of says it all. Sam Slater not going to be the happiest bunny.
Sorry, Anthony, just to cut in there, just before you speak to Sam. It did seem that he was a bit wide coming out. So, in fact, he's made a slightly longer track.
Right. We'll quickly jump in. Obviously, Sam quite a bit upset as they tried to get the weight out of the kart there. I think it's fallen over a bit in the kart, so there we go. It's all good. Sam, obviously not the result that you wanted. What happened out there looked like it was a little wide out the hairpin.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say, to be honest with you. My qualifying's been pretty good all weekend, and I tried to just take it slow and steady, and there was one particular corner which I felt I lost about 2/10, and I mean, even if I didn't, still wasn't a good lap. But I've got 4th pick of karts, maybe an early stop. Who knows? It's not over.
Definitely not. We've seen people come from the back to the front before in these races, so best of luck to you, Sam. We'll keep a very close eye on you out in the final. Our next driver, Dennis Holler, starts his lap.
That's it. The German Dennis Holler now, he's starting his qualifier. He's into that Snell section. He's on the bit where it gets tighter. There's the tight part, the hairpin. We've seen a lot of action there this weekend. Dennis Holler comes out of the Snell. He's building up speed all the way, and he's going to be on the full throttle now, all the way down the backstretch into the hairpin. Now, this is where Sam Slater appeared to run a little bit wide. So we'll see what happens with Dennis Holler there. He gets it tucked in. It's going to be a bit of a straighter line, possibly. We'll see what that does for lap time, but Dennis Holler certainly looking very good indeed. He's coming off the final corner. He's going to race across the line here, and what's it going to be for Holler? It is 8th. Dennis Holler is in 8th place. So Dennis Holler, Sean Briley is fastest with 30.69, but Dennis Holler is half a second down on that, just a 100th of a second slower than Sam Slater in 7th. I think Dennis Holler will be slightly surprised there to find himself in 8th place, but obviously the race is coming up and things can change, but I think Dennis Holler will be a little bit surprised there. He's having a good look at the screen to find the disappointing news. There are 2 drivers yet to come. They, of course, are Vika Schlitz, Matt Barsh, but Dennis Holler coming to you now in the pits, Anthony Jordan.
You have to hate these moments, don't you? You know, you get all the way to the final and you do not have a great qualifying for it. Disaster for Dennis Holler. Then the German will have a quick word with him as he comes out. Dennis, obviously, again, not the result that you wanted on that one. Talk us through. The lap looked okay, but what happened?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm also a little bit surprised about the outcome of the lap, because the lap didn't feel that bad, actually. For sure, the kart is very much sliding on the rear, but yeah, we will see what Vika's doing right now. I'm excited, yeah.
Excellent. Well, we'll see you out there for the final. Like you say, best of luck for that. We've seen drivers come from the back to the front before. Like you say, Vika Schlitz, he's out on track.
Yeah, that was a huge slide on his warm-up lap. Vika Schlitz really sent it into that final hairpin, probably trying to get a feel for the kart, but his qualifier starts now. Vika Schlitz is turning into the Snell section there. The Dutchman turns in, and Vika Schlitz is on the Snell section. He's through the slow bit. He's into the quicker corners now, and he's building up speed. There he is in the background. There's Vika Schlitz, that distinctive golden helmet. Now, at the end of the straight here, it was a huge flicked slide. He threw it into the corner. What's it going to be? Yeah, he gets it turned in quite sharply there. He was obviously feeling his way through that, expecting to slide in, and in the final hairpin now. Here he comes. He's going to be full speed across the line. Vika Schlitz is 3rd fastest, just 1/10 of a second behind Sean Briley. Now, Sean Briley has been up there in 1st place for some time now. Vika Schlitz brings it round back towards the pit lane. Anthony Jordan in the pits. Vika Schlitz has come through in 3rd, but it's still looking good for Sean Briley at the top of the table.
Yes, indeed. I don't know if the steam under his woolly hat can contain itself any longer. Only one more driver to have their qualifying session as Vika Schlitz makes his way into into the pit lane. So Schlitz here will have a quick word with him as he comes in. Obviously, it's not pole position. It's not the full result that he wanted, but P3 is still a solid time, and you can definitely win a final from P3. It is doable. It has been done. Vika, let's have a quick word. Not pole, but P3, good result.
Yeah, after I see Dennis and Sam Slater, they are last. So yeah, for me, it was a really good lap with that kart.
Nicely done. You had it nice tight around the hairpin, so we've seen a lot of people running a little bit wide around that corner, but you held it nice and tight there.
Sorry, say again?
You held it nice and tight around the hairpin. No mistakes around there.
No, there was no mistake. It was a little bit slidey, but it's a good quali, and we will see in the final.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations. Let's hope you stay on P3. Our last driver then, Matt Barsh, is on track.
That's right, the super tough Matt Barsh, the former Polish champion. He's coming down the backstretch now. We saw Vika Schlitz really throw it into that hairpin, getting a feel for the grip on his warm-up lap. Matt Barsh keeping a lot tidier. His actual qualifier is about to start when he crosses the line now. And Matt Barsh is now on his all-important qualifying lap. It's the grand final, British Rental Kart Championship 2023. This is the final qualifying attempt. And the final driver out there is Matt Barsh. He's topped the points going into this final. He's the top scorer of the weekend, Matt Barsh. Can this be his year? He's on the backstretch now. He's attempting to qualify on pole position. Sean Briley currently occupies that. Matt Barsh gets turned in at the end. He's moving the wheel a bit, so it's a little bit slippery out there for him as he comes off the final corner. What's it going to be? It's Matt Barsh is in third place. He pushes Vika Schlitz and everyone else down, but it's going to be Sean Briley taking the pole position from Kuba Pachulski and Matt Barsh, Vika Schlitz, Bram Gelton, Ruben Buitens in sixth, the six-time champion, Ramon Pinero in seventh, Ivan Schana, the first of the qualifiers, was eighth, Sam Slater in ninth, and Dennis Holler, the German, rounds him out in 10th place. But remember, Dennis Holler in 10th place says everything about the quality of this field. This is going to be an epic final with Sean Briley, the reigning champion, starting from pole position. Down to you, Matt Barsh is coming to you in the pit lane. Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, James Auld. Yeah, our final driver to come in, obviously our highest scoring driver throughout the weekend. Matt Barsh comes in, qualifying P3 at the end of the Super Pole. We'll have a quick chat with him, and then we'll go to, of course, our pole sitter. And Matt Barsh, the camera is over here, it's following us. P3, solid result. Obviously, you've had a fantastic weekend so far. Are you looking forward to this final? Do you reckon you can finish champion?
I'm not sure. We'll see after the race, so I can give you an answer of that, of course. But I hope so. I make maximum what I can. Well done, and we'll see.
Yep, it's going to be a good race. We're very much looking forward to seeing it. Congratulations, P3 in the Super Pole. Let's chat then to our pole sitter then. Confirmed it was a stellar time, the only driver to get it in the sub 31 seconds. Sean, is the steam being contained underneath that woolly hat?
Yeah, so I feel self-conscious, had to put a hat on.
What a result that is. You know, you thought the time was quick, you looked happy when you came in, and it stuck throughout qualifying.
Yeah, it gives me another good chance. Not much else to say. I'm just looking forward to it. I'll let my team speak for me.
I think they're speaking very loudly about it. Sean, congratulations. We'll see you out on track. And, of course, congratulations to all our finalists. They've had a fantastic weekend so far. Really tough, really challenging competition all the way throughout this weekend. But, James, there is one event left to do. Let's get this final done and dusted.
Well, there is indeed one event to do. We've had a busy weekend, Anthony. You and I, we've been commentating on 43 races so far. This is our 44th race, and it's the grand final. It's obviously the most important one. It's got the best drivers of the tournament, those who qualified through into the grand final, and they're fighting not just for pride, a massive trophy, £1,000 entries into the Kart World Championship. And when people say it's all to play for, that is a much overused phrase, but this time it really is all to play for. Sean Briley, though, he's starting on the top spot. He's going to lead him away. What did Sean Briley do in the championship last year? Well, he went and won it overall, didn't he? So a great result there by Sean to take the top spot. Will he be repeating it? We'll find out, and we'll know very soon. It's going to be a half-hour race, but this time a slight difference. 2 pit stops. Yes, that's 2 pit stops. Now, this really could be the big change, the big thing that affects the whole championship, because we've seen that many messed up pit stops, not least of which from all these top guys, including 6-time champion Ruben Boutens, in the pit stops during the heat races and etc. That with 2 stops to be made, Anthony down the pits, we can only assume that someone's going to get it wrong somewhere, right?
I mean, you don't want to think it. You want to think every single one of these drivers is going to have a perfect race, and it's all going to be down to pure skill out there. But you are correct. 2 pit stops this time, meaning there is twice the chance, or actually quadruple the chance of making a mistake, because you've got to stop twice, of course, in each pit stop. So that's a lovely comment in my ear. It distracted me quite so. Thank you. Yeah, no, it is going to be a tough one. I'm very much looking forward to this one. Is it going to be a challenge? Is it going to be exciting? Yes and yes. Am I going to need to sit down before the race starts? Yes.
Anthony Jordan down there in the pits. What was the comment, actually, Anthony?
Nothing. It's fine.
Well, just to enlighten those at home, it was a fun one because I had that one in my ear as well. I should be moving backwards away from the camera because I'm less sexy than Anthony Jordan down there in the pit lane, and so I should be moving back as we come back on screen. Now, obviously the drivers are getting ready to take the karts. They're making the draws. We will see who's in what kart, and they'll be sending them out. Now, I'm really looking forward to this final. We are seeing the top 10 as we come in, and so it's the top 10 drivers. They are, it ends here, and that's all I can say. £1,000 someone's going to walk away with, and we will see what happens. Just as the drivers get in, we're going to go to a little clip here from Darren.
Yeah, no, it was after that bit.
Darren, do you want me to talk a little bit about this? Yeah. Okay then, so we're looking close up there. There's Bram Gelton. Now Bram Gelton, he's qualified in the middle there. He's in 5th, and there's Sean Bradley. Now Sean Bradley is going to start this race on pole. He's the reigning champion, and well, if he's starting on pole, he ideally the best placed. As we look further forward, there's Dennis Holler, the German, and walking up towards the kart in the front. They've made the draws of what number they're going to be in. There's Kuba Pucholski, but that is Dennis Holler, the German. Now Dennis is starting actually in the last place, 10th and last. He's getting the big handshake there from Ivan Jana, the Hungarian. Now Ivan Jana was the first out to qualify. He's ended up 8th fastest. There he is in the blue suit walking away. But Dennis Holler here is arguably the one with the most work to do in this race. He's got 2 pit stops to try and leapfrog himself up ahead. There he is waving away. So Dennis Holler there in the 16. Kuba Pucholski, the Polish driver, he's won races all weekend, and he has placed himself 2nd in the lineup here. He's going to be starting behind Sean Bradley, but there is Matt Barsh. Barsh is going to be 3rd in the lineup. He was the top point scorer going in. He's qualified 3rd in the final here. As Matt Barsh, we've seen over the years, this race and many others, and there is Sam Slater. Sam Slater was very disappointed. He was at the back. He's only one up from the back in 9th place. And so there's Matt Barsh. They're not in order in the pit lane. They're going to come out the pit lane and regroup on the backstretch where they will be placed in order. So there's Ramon Pinero, the Spaniard. And Pinero, of course, in 7th place. Ramon Pinero, he's raced karts and cars for 2 decades now. Formula 2 level was his highest level in cars. Ivan Shana. There's Sean Briley in the 17. Sean Briley looking confident. Bram Gelton. Back to Sean. There is Sean. And there is Ivan Shana. Ivan Shana kind of blinking away there as we look back, and we're moving back down the lineup. There is Sean Briley, and he's got his legs even off the pedals. He's looking really good, and a fist pump there. Sean Briley feeling confident as much he might, starting from pole. There's Bram Gelton, always looks like some kind of gangster. There's Vika Schlitz, very confident young racer. Ruben Boutens, the veteran, probably the most established star in this field, and certainly the benchmark for many, but maybe it is time for a change of the guard. There is his Blue Star teammate ahead of him. That is Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz, very much the younger man, and looking like, he is the future, certainly, of that team, and definitely one of the main drivers to look at in the future in karting, certainly in Europe and on the international scene generally. So they're moving out now. Sam Slater leads the way. He's not going to be starting from that position though. They are going to regroup on the backstretch where the karts will be positioned in correct order, as we've seen after qualifying every race. There is Ruben Boutens. He's the final one to leave the pits. He has won this event 6 times no less. Ruben Boutens, the established benchmark, as they move down, and Sam Slater stops there. Pachulski moving forward, he's really working that kart. Of course, the tyres will have got cold as they sat there in the pit lane, but Sean Briley, the reigning champion, takes up the top spot. And remember, he just about made it into this. He started his semi-final in 10th place. Amazing run through to second, and that put him into the final, which he has then taken the opportunity to set pole position, and he's now right at the front now. They're just grouping up there. So Sean Briley with the yellow and black helmet at the front, Kuba Pachulski behind him, Matt Barsh behind that, and then of course we know it's Schlitz, Gelton, Boutens, Pinero, Jana, Slater, and Dennis Holler at the back there. So the marshal's just making sure everyone's lined up properly. It's going to be Sean Briley to set the pace on the remainder of the lap before getting on the throttle. Now, here we are, we're getting ready for the start of the final of the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Bring them around, it's Sean Briley. When's he going to pull the pin? He's gone early, he's gone very early. Sean Briley accelerates away. Are they going to get clean? Yes, they are. They're going to get the final underway, and Sean Briley races away into the snail section. He's been pursued by the 2nd place, which is Kuba Pachulski, and behind that is Matt Barsh. So as they carry on around, there's Sean Briley, the yellow and black helmet.
Not a good start there for Matt, was it?
Anthony, down in the pit lane.
Yes?
Yeah, sorry, were you saying something on the mic?
No, I was talking to the marshal. Sorry if you may have overheard me.
Yeah, Dennis Holler making a move though. Dennis Holler has jumped Sam Slater. Sam Slater's been pushed last. Dennis Holler on the move already, but here is Sean Briley with the lead. There is Kuba Pachulski in 2nd. It's still Matt Barsh 3rd, but there's a bit of a gap there as Vika Schlitz 4th, Gelton, Boutens, and Pinero there. It is still Sam Slater bringing up the rear though. He has been jumped by the German Holler on that first lap down the end of the backstretch. So here they come through the thing there. There's the corner there. There's Sam Slater at the back. So Sean Briley leads at the end of the 2nd lap. He's got full attention though of Kuba Pachulski. Matt Barsh has closed back in. He's brought Vika Schlitz with him. It's the early stages. We've still got 28 minutes on the clock. It's a half-hour race, this one, as they come around the snail section there. There's a tight corner there. So round goes Sean Briley. Anthony in the pits. Obviously, I just want to point out to remind everyone, it is a 2-stop race, this one. Are we going to see some collision there?
Big lunge there.
Huge
from
lunge.
Pachulski.
Yeah, Pachulski takes the lead. Barsh has gone with him. Sean Briley's been shoved back to 3rd place.
And a pit stop.
Yeah.
It's Roman Pinero. He pits first. So the driver in the number 19, early pit stop. It's 2 good pit stops, and he is out on track.
Yeah, Ramon Pinero's seen it all kicking off in front of him. He wants out right now. He knows he's going to be quicker on his own. If those at the front are going to race like that, he wants some clear space, set the time, and hopefully leapfrog them. Now it's still getting racy at the back. Down the inside. Oh, Vika Schlitz on Sean Briley. Very robust. Are the organisers going to say something? No, they're letting that one go as Vika Schlett, and into the pits it's Dennis Holler.
Yeah, Dennis Holler now going for his first of his 2 pit stops. It's a green light on the first one, comes into pit gate number 2, and it's green light on the second one, comes out behind Pinheiro.
So Dennis Holler has resumed behind Pinheiro. He's actually closer to Pinheiro than he was earlier on, so it's the right thing already now. Kuba Puchelski leads 4 laps in. Matt Barsh is second, Vika Schlett's third, Sean Briley fourth, Bram Gelton fifth, then it's Ruben Boutens, Ivan Shana, Sam Slater, Pinheiro and Holler have both been in the pits, so they're at the back.
And I've got another driver in. This time it's Sam Slater from the back of the grid. He does his first pit stop now as well. Green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2. Little late on the brakes, but gets the green light, and it's going to be close on exit.
He's jumped Holler. He's jumped Dennis Holler. And Dennis Holler's going to try the outside pass in the snail, but Sam Slater, surely it's going to shut him off. Yes, he does. So Sam Slater, he was passed on the opening lap by the German Holler, but he's got him back in the pit stops. Both these drivers have made their first pit stop, but Sam Slater, the British driver, has come out on top. He's currently resumed in 9th. We'll see how he progresses through the field. There's Kuba Puchelski in first place. There is Matt Barsh. There is Vika Schlett. So in the Snell section there, they're building up speed now. There's Vika Schlett coming out, Matt Barsh, and in the pits.
Yeah, Sam Slater in for his second and final stop, and it's good on gate 1, comes into gate 2, and it is good on gate 2. He's done. He can finish this race.
So Sam Slater, he's running right through to the finish now. He's going to run a long race all the way to the end with no pit stops. Every driver has to make 2 in this race. He's made his 2. So Sam Slater, he's last, but he's made 2 stops. Will this be an inspired choice? It's certainly out of sync with all of the others, but running that far back, Sam Slater feels he needs to do something radical, and it is very radical. 2 stops this early with 26 minutes to go. Meantime, Kuba Puchelski continues in the lead from Matt Barsh. Vika Schlett is third, and Sean Briley is fourth. The race has settled down a little bit, and the race has settled down quite a little bit now from the bumping and boring we saw earlier. Kuba Puchelski has a lead, but it's not a safe lead. Matt Barsh is in second place there with Vika Schlett trying to close in. Oh, and a pass. It is Bram Gelton getting ahead of Sean Briley there, and that was for 4th place. So Sean Briley finds himself bundled down another place into the clutches of no less than 6 times British champion Ruben Boutens. So the Dutchman, is he going to make a move? No, he's not. Yes, he is. Ruben Boutens down the inside, and he's wide. Will he hit the wall? No, he doesn't. He makes a move and continues ahead of Sean Briley. Briley into the pits.
Yep, Briley in now for his first pit stop, and it is a green light on the first box. Comes into gate 2. He waits for it. He gets it. Green light comes out, and he comes out behind Pinheiro.
Absolutely amazing pictures there, following Sean Briley down the pit lane from Scruffy Bear Pictures. Absolutely fantastic. That was a vital pit stop for Sean Briley. He's just getting beaten up out there, Anthony, and I think he's just taking himself out of the equation. He can concentrate on some fast laps now. So meantime, up at the front, it is Kuba Puchelski. No, it's Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh has the lead. Matt Barsh, while we're watching Sean Briley, Barsh has taken the lead on the track from Kuba Puchelski. It's still Vika Schlett in third, Bram Gelton fourth, and Ruben Boutens in 5th.
Yeah, this is good racing all the way throughout this final. Like we say, it's a tense moment for a lot of these drivers, and probably the most overtakes we've seen in one race than we have over the entire weekend on track alone.
Absolutely. Matt Barsh started the race in third place, and he moved past Sean Briley. Then he moved past Kuba Puchelski to take the lead there. Now Vika Schlett is following. He's got his eye on that first place as well, but Bram Gelton behind, we've seen being pretty punchy during this race. Bram Gelton, even though he's 4th, surely has his sights on Matt Barsh first. They're on the backstretch there. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's as close as that down the backstretch. Ruben Boutens right there with him as well. So, round the final corners here. There is Matt Barsh. There is Kuba Puchelski and Vika Schlett. So, a little bit of a quiet time in the pit lane now, Anthony. Will there be any pit visitors? We've still got 6 drivers who've yet to come in at all.
Yeah, exactly. There's still several pit stops left to go in this race. Timer remaining 23 minutes, so plenty of time left in this race to get those done. But it's just going to be a guessing game, really. The fact that they've got 2 stops this time and not 1 means that the strategy completely changes.
Yeah, there is one driver who's rolled the dice on 2 pit stops early on. That is British driver Sam Slater. He is currently in 10th place, obviously, because he's been in the pits twice. He has rolled the dice on that, and he's 24 seconds behind the leader, which is almost a lap down. But it's not really visible. You can't really see it when you're looking out the window at Matt Barsh. So Matt Barsh is the leader. There's Cooper Pacholski, and there is Vika Schlitz behind. Now, Bram Gelton is a few kart lengths behind there, looking for him to close in on the lead 3.
And
in
Vika
the pits.
Schlitz, yeah, Vika Schlitz is in the pit lane for his first of his 2 mandatory stops, and the double stacking as well. Ivan is just behind as well. It's green lights for Vika, and for Ivan, it's also 2 green lights, so they are back out on track.
Yeah, Ivan Shana came in the pits right behind Vika Schlitz there. Looking at it, Anthony, although he was bit double stacked, as we say in the pit lane there, Ivan probably hasn't lost any time.
No, definitely. He didn't look like he lost any time. It was just the perfect amount of distance you had between themselves.
Yeah, he couldn't have been a lot closer though, could he?
No, yeah, any closer and that would have been a disaster for him.
Indeed. Now he's moved past Sean Briley. Ivan Shana is ahead of Sean Briley, so Sean Briley finds himself down in 7th.
Dennis Holler coming in. He wanted out of that quadruple group he was in. He comes in. This will be his second stop then. Green light on the first gate, into gate 2, and he gets it. He's out on track, and he's done it. He comes out behind Slater.
Yeah, and quite a bit behind Slater. So if you remember at the start, Dennis Holler starting from last place, past Slater for position. In the pit stop, Slater came out and then, was just ahead. And now Dennis Holler's actually lost even more time, Sam Slater. Now there's Sean Briley. He's on the back of Ivan Shana as they come around. No pit stops this time, but there is Sean Briley. Now he was starting on the pole position. He found himself bundled down the order. He is starting to think about moving forward now. First on his hit list is Ivan Shana. Behind him, of course, keep a little eye there, Ramon Pinero, the Spaniard, could well catch up to this battling pair and maybe follow Sean Briley through if Sean can make a move on the Hungarian Shana. Now, there's Shana turning in. There's Sean Briley right behind him. Round these final corners. Look at the smoothness of these drivers.
And
Sean
Briley's
Briley
in. Yeah, Sean Briley's in for his second and final mandatory pit stop, and it is a green light on gate 1. Coming into pit gate 2 now. It's a good stop under braking. On the power early, he comes out behind Sam Slater, but in front of Dennis Holler.
Yeah, more fabulous pictures there, and Sean Briley fighting away with Holler. He just about gets tucked in front of the jump, jumps up the inside. No, it looked like Holler was going to have a look in the hairpin in the Snell section, but it is Sean Briley who hangs on. There's the German Dennis Holler. There's the reigning champion Sean Briley. He's had a really rough start to this. He qualified on pole position, but
action in the pit lane. Sorry, yeah, the number 15 is in, Ivan Shana, and he's going for his second stop. It was a good on gate 1, green on gate 2, and he's going to come out well in front of Sam Slater.
Yeah, another fuel tank hugger there, Ivan Shana in the pit lane. Anthony, are you seeing some different styles in the pit stop?
No, not really. Apart from Ivan there, just, hopping onto the tank. The majority of people, I think, are just so focused on just making sure they don't muck it up that they are just concentrating on sitting in the kart.
Yes, and here comes Dennis Holler down the inside of Sean Briley. So, is that Holler? Yes, it is. Dennis Holler, the German, has passed Sean Briley. That was a position of about the neatest pass we've seen all race.
And into the pit lane, sorry, it is Matt Barsher, his first pit stop. It's good on the gate 1, coming into gate 2. Wait for it, gets the green light, and he's back out on track.
Yeah, race leader Matt Barsh there has come into the pits. He's resumed in 4th. We've had 4 people make 2 pit stops and 3 people make 1 pit stop. That leaves 3, Pachulski, Gelt and Boutons, who haven't made any stops at all. We are now just inside the second third. We've started the second third of this race. There's 19 minutes on the clock to go, and there, battling away, it's Matt Barsh with Vika Schlitz. So Barsh crucially came out ahead of Vika Schlitz after that pit stop. Anthony, that was very important there for Barsh.
Yes, it was indeed. Technically, everyone who's out on track at their certain parts of the track are still racing each other for position. It's just it looks a bit difficult right now due to that added pit stop. So, at the moment, very critical. Oh, and Briley's back in. Sean Briley, he's done his pit stops. He's got an issue. He's got an issue with the kart. And Sean Briley right now is, effectively out of this final.
Oh, what a shame for the pole sitter and reigning champion Sean Briley. It looks like it's game over for Sean Briley. What a disaster. He qualified on pole, hoping for so much from that pole position, but it's just gone wrong. just gone wrong. He's been beaten and bashed around those early stages, and Sean Brierley is out of the race. The reigning champion is out of the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Anthony, have you got anything on that?
Not as of yet. I'll ask the staff because I don't want to distract him. He's talking to Brad Philpott at the moment. I'll try and find out what they asked here. Did he say anything to you guys? Do you know what he was saying when he came in? You know what he was saying when he came in? Right, okay. So, well, apparently the seat handle of some sort. Well, disaster, Sean. Not the result, mate, but not going to hold on to that title.
No,
what happened?
It's not the one. Every single lap, the seat's going back and back and back, and I'm barely reaching. I'm not in full control. I was off the pace and getting in the way. I'm not going to go back out and ruin the race. But yeah, no, it's not the way after the semi-final how I wanted it to end. But it happens. I'll just come back and do it again next year.
We wish you all the best for that one. I'm so sorry about that one. But Sean Brierley, last year's champion, retiring from the final.
Absolutely, one of the most mature drivers in the field there, Sean. He really is, taking that very well indeed. Sean Brierley, just to confirm, is out of the British Rental Kart Championship for 2023. The reigning champion, Sean Brierley, is indeed out of the race, the grand final. Now, up at the front, though, it is Bram Gelton with 25 laps in the books, Kuba Pucholski second, Ruben Boutens third, and neither of them have made a pit stop. So none of them made a pit stop at all. Now there is Dennis Holler getting down the inside of Van Scharner. So Dennis Holler is the man on the move. He passed Sean Brierley. Oh, now Sean Brierley's retired, admittedly, but Dennis Holler passed him. Dennis Holler's now passed Van Scharner. Next on his hit list is Sam Slater, and we saw Dennis Holler pass Sam Slater earlier in the race, but Slater's actually got quite a gap on Holler. Slater has been setting some serious times, but the fastest driver on the track is Bram Gelton, one of only two drivers. He's leading the race, and he's only one of two drivers to set 29-second lap times. So Bram Gelton, there he is on screen there. He's the fastest in the race. He is holding that lead. Now, although he's the fastest, he's only just holding on to that lead from Kuba Pucholski. And Kuba Pucholski will be doing everything he can to take over that position. Kuba is one of those drivers to try on the track rather than in the pit lane, but with two pit stops to make, we may see him in at any time. So there is Bram Gelton. Kuba Pucholski stays out. What about Ruben Boutens? He stays out as well across the line. There they go, Gelton, Pucholski and Boutens. Here's Bram Gelton. There he is round the snail section. There's a tight hairpin. We've seen a lot of action there.
Vika Schultz in the pit lane. This is his second and final stop then. In gate one, has the green light. It's all good. Coming into gate two, and it is fine. He's out on the pit lane. Comes out behind Sam Slater. Oh no, it's Roman Piron, sorry.
So he's come out, let's have a quick double check on that one. Right, so Vika Schultz, he has made his first stop. We've seen amazing performances by Vika Schultz. He won all his heat races and really, cementing his place as one of the best drivers in the world of indoor karting. And so Vika Schultz, we're looking at Ruben Boutens, that's his teammate. And there is Kuba Pucholski in the yellow. There's Bram Gelton, the race leader. Gelton continues on. It's Pucholski and Boutens. So Vika Schultz actually has made two pit stops now. I thought it was one earlier on, but he has made two. So where is Vika Schultz? He is sixth place behind Ramon Pinero, but only just. Anthony, there are still three drivers who've yet to make a pit stop. Needless to say, they are the top three, Gelton, Pucholski and Boutens. They are leaving it late now because we're now just past the halfway point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a tough call to make. When you've got two pit stops like this, double stacking, like coming in, doing another lap, coming back in again, it's kind of okay to do at the start of the race because you've got plenty of time to close it back up. But doing it at the end of the race is a very risky business because a lot can happen in that time that you may lose all that time. So you really should space them out if you're not going to do them straight at the beginning.
Absolutely right. Now, what is interesting, though, on that basis, the fastest lap in the race has just gone to Vika Schultz, just by the way. Vika Schultz setting a new record lap for this race, the grand final of the British Rental Kart Championship. But Ruben Boutens on screen there. Now, he is in third place, but he is the master strategist. He is the master at this kind of game. It's literally chess on wheels when it gets to this level, especially with two pit stops. There is Ruben Boutens. He's not made any stops at all, and if anybody knows their way around the strategic game, it is this man, the double world indoor champion Ruben Boutens and 6 times British champion, all at this track Formula Fast over the years. So there is Ruben Boutens. He's going to be a good one to follow on what to do in terms of strategy. He has not made a pit stop, and he's quite comfortable with that late double pit. Simply put, I don't think he sees it as necessary as pitting. He's not close enough to Puchalski for Puchalski to be a problem in terms of holding him up. And equally, this is not a race involving back markers, Anthony. There's going to be very little catching at all.
No, exactly that. Everyone's still on
the lead lap,
most people still on the lead lap, yeah, of course. It's just everyone's fairly spread out on circuit. That's all due to the double pit stops. But yeah, no, it's so interesting. That's why we like the format of the BRKC. You know, everyone gets used to that 20-minute plus one pit stop over the course of essentially 1.5 days, and then at the end it then falls down to 30 minutes and two.
A 30-minute burst with £1,000 at the end. Now we're looking at Bram Gelton. On screen we can see Bram Gelton, but look ahead there, folks. Ivan Shana is actually the last place on the track, and he is now about to be caught by Bram Gelton. Will Bram Gelton come in the pits? Will Kuba Puchalski come in the pits, or even Ruben Boutens? They are seeing they're going to start catching people. The trouble is they're catching very, very fast people, very fast race winners already this weekend, so they're not going to catch them at a great rate, but when they do catch them, getting past is going to be hard. Yes, blue flags will come into play, but Ivan Shana, he's going to take some catch in the first place. Maybe this is where we'll see a pit stop from the top three. Anthony, the lap record for this race has now gone to Kuba Puchalski, but they are catching a back marker. In this case, that is Ivan Shana, simply because he's made 2 stops. He's not slow.
No, exactly that. Yeah, you can see them going across the line now. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one of what they're about to do. Technically, yes, Ivan should see the blue flags because he, I think, is being lapped, of course.
Can I cut in, Andy? Yep. Gelton's gone down the inside of Shana. Shana didn't need any blue flags. He was aware of what was going on. He's waved Gelton through. He's waved Puchalski through. They're on the backstretch. What about Ruben Boutens? Boutens not close enough to make a move at the end here. There's going to be Shana through these corners between him and second place, Kuba Puchalski. Will Boutens come in? No, he won't. He's going to try and pass Shana on the track. Of course, that is putting him a lap down, but Shana is moving very quickly indeed. He's letting Boutens through. Is Boutens through? No. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Both blue suits there. I'm getting ahead of myself. So Ruben Boutens has gone through. Of course, the question is, blue flags notwithstanding, it's still possible to lose time in this situation. And with 2 stops in hand and only 10 minutes to go, we're about to, well, just under 11 minutes, we're about to move into the final third of this race, the grand final of the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Crossing the line, there's Bram Gelton with the lead. He's not been in, nor is Puchalski, nor is this one. Third place, Ruben Boutens, as they round the tight hairpin of the Snell section. So, Anthony, I'm just going to look at the pit stop situation. I'm expecting 1, 2, 6, that's 8 pit stops still to be made, as far as my calculations go, Anthony, with a mere 10 minutes remaining.
Well, I guess our maths is just as bad as each other because I've also got 8 remaining as well. So there we go.
We both passed or both failed, but either way, we're past for position there. That looked like Sam Slater on Ramon Pinheiro. Yes, he's done it. Ramon Pinheiro has been passed by Sam Slater. So having started near the back, Sam Slater is moving through the field. He is 7th. Now he's 6th. He's 6th ahead of Ramon Pinheiro. Now Sam Slater, of course, has made 2 stops. Pinheiro's only made 1.
Yeah, exactly. Pinheiro not in the best of spots here. He's definitely struggling here, and he's down another position. Now into P7 as well. Yeah.
Now, do you know what? I'm looking at Sam Slater. He's 23 laps behind the leader, but bear in mind he's made 2 stops, and he's the fastest. It's the new lap record for this race by Sam Slater there. Gelton has not been in. Puchalski's not been in. Boutens has not been in. Both those guys, all of those 3 need to stop twice. Matt Barstow has another pit stop to make. Sam Slater is potentially going to be in the lead contest when these pit stops cycle through. 40 laps in. Anthony, Sam Slater, I think, is well worth watching as these guys cycle through their pit stops, because I think he could yet be a factor. He's not been on our radar because he made 2 early stops, but Sam Slater may have other ideas about this.
Well, you said he was 23 laps down. If it was 23 laps down, I wouldn't put any hope on him at all. He's 23 seconds down the road, yes. Now I'd put some money on him. Yeah, no, exactly. He's, one of those, exactly what we saw last year from Sean Bradley. Early pit stops, get them out the way, sneak through. No one expected it, and then he came back and won it. Sean, Sam Slater didn't qualify great, didn't qualify at the back, but still, he started at the back of the grid, and we did say to him, it is possible, and he could do it.
Yes, he could, because he's gone from being 23 laps down to 23 seconds down, and that is just outside 2 pit stops. And a signal there from Kuba Pucholski. Will he be in this time? He was responding to a message from the gantry there. Will it be Kuba Pucholski? And yes, it is.
Yep, Pucholski in the pit lane. Here we go then for his pit stops, and it's a green light on the first one coming into pit gate 2. It's all good, and he's going to come out of the pit lane right behind Barsh.
So Matt Barsh has leapfrogged Kuba Pucholski. They've both made 1 pit stop. Both those drivers have to make another. Of course, Bram Gelton in first and Ruben Boutons haven't made any at all with just 8 minutes remaining. Will they be in sync for their first stop? Not Gelton and not Boutons either. So they continue round, and Ivan Shana now is a little bit behind them. He's a lap down, and firmly so. He's made 2 pit stops, but when they pit in, Shana could find himself suddenly an awful lot close as well. There is Ivan Shana on the picture. There is Matt Barsh, and here is Kuba Pucholski. They've both been in. And there is Bram Gelton going down the straight, and followed by Ruben Boutons. Will it be a pit stop this time? Here comes Bram Gelton. He's not coming in. What about Boutons? He's not coming in either. My goodness, Andy, how late are these guys going to leave it?
I've got no idea. We've got just 7 minutes to go in this race, and there's a lot of pit stops still left to happen.
Absolutely, and there is Ruben Boutons, the 6 times champion of this race. Now, he is looking to make it 7 if he can. He's going to have to find a way of tackling Bram Gelton, though, his compatriot, and if he can make this work, it'd be outstanding. But at the moment, I think Ruben Boutons has just been held in check by Bram Gelton now. In the pits, though, you've got Pinero.
Pinero's coming in. Looks like another retirement here, potentially. He's pulling off to the side, and another retirement from the final. Roman Pinero out of this race.
Well, that's very disappointing, because you know, it was looking though things might shake out his way. Obviously not, as he is now retired. So there are only 8 runners in this, and that promotes Shana up to 8th. Dennis Holler's up to 7th. Slater is in 6th, and 22.8 seconds behind. There's Ramon Pinero explaining something in the pit. He is out of this race. Even if he got back on the track now, he would be out of the running. And so very unfortunate that. So we are still waiting for the 2 race leaders to actually make any pit stop at all. We're waiting for a pit stop, 1 remaining for Matt Barsh and Kuba Pucholski with less than 6 minutes to go. Yeah, questions have to be asked. This is a seriously late pit stop for Bram Gelton and Ruben Boutons. Now, it looks as though Matt Barsh would be contending for the lead, maybe. So we'll see what happens. 48 laps in. What a long way, Anthony. That really is a lot of laps around here, isn't it?
It is indeed a lot of laps, and Roman Pinero coming over to me. I want to see if I can try to get a word. Roman, what happened?
Nothing. I just felt something quite strange in the direction it was building up throughout the last laps. This is probably why my pace wasn't really good throughout the race. It's turning one end, it was getting very light, and the other one, to a point we kind of get sort of stuck. So I was kind of, I didn't know if something was loose or if something was bent, but I don't want to risk a crash, and even more, I was like 9. So I mean, it didn't make any sense to risk anything, especially if I crash and I damage it even more. It's worse for the guy. So it's a shame, but still happy that I made the final, and we see how we do next year.
Well done, mate. Sorry to see you end, and sorry to see you out the final.
We'll see you in 24.
Well done. James, back to you.
Yeah, a regular in this event is Ramon Pinero. Obviously not his year. He's made the final, but he's out of the race. Clearly not comfortable with something going on there. Feels like he's off the pace, and he's out of the race. Meantime, though, Sam Slater is the fastest on the track, and we have less than 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes remaining, and still the 2 leaders have not pitted. It's Bram Gelton, Ruben Boutons. Obviously some mind games going on out there, because one's waiting for the other to stop. There's Ruben Boutons. He's the second of those 2. Now there is Sam Slater. He's the fastest on the track as we speak. He has moved up to 6th place. Sam Slater on screen now in the green. Again, one of the British hopes going in here. He has made the final, and there is Kuba Pucholski, who is in 4th place. He's 2
and
up
pit lane. Bram Gelton,
first
first pit lane is in. So Bram Gelton now gets a green light on gate 1 into gate number 2 now. This is crucial. It's a green light. He's back out on track.
Yes, he is. A good stop.
Here comes Matt Barsh as well. Sorry, James. He's back in the pit lane now. This is his second and final stop. Let's see where he comes out. Green light on the exit. Sorry, green light on the first gate. Green light on the second. He comes back out behind Vika Schlutz.
Great stop there by Matt Barsh. He's fending off Vika Schlutz and Ruben Bouton into the pits.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the 6-time British champion in, and it's a green light. Oh, I thought it was a risky one there on the first gate. Gets the green light on the second. He's back out on track. One pit stop done. Comes out behind Bram.
Side by side with Bram Gelton, but Gelton sweeps past on momentum. There was a lap there where it was just like the old days. Ruben Bouton's in the lead of the British Rental Kart Championship final, but this time there's a bit of a change of the guard, because sweeping around the outside as Bouton's exited the pit lane was the flying Bram Gelton. Still a Dutchman in the front, but it's a different Dutchman now, and it's Bram Gelton. There he is on screen in the dark suit. Now he's going to come in again. Bouton in for his second stop.
Bouton's in. This is his second and final stop now. He was double stacking. We did wonder if this was going to happen, and it did. It was a green light on the first gate. Green light on the second. He's back out on track behind Vika Schlutz.
Yeah, so he's fallen behind Vika Schlutz. Schlutz has made 2 stops, so has Ruben Bouton's. There are just 2 pit stops to be made. It's Bram Gelton from the lead and Kuba Pucholski with just less than 2.5 minutes to go. There's Bram Gelton. Will he be in this time, or he's going to leave it really late? So, yes, he's in. Bram Gelton, the race leader. 54 laps and back in the pits.
He is in now. Let's see what we can do. So green light on the first gate into gate number 2. Now wait for it. He gets it. He goes out and it's side by side with Schlutz.
Vika Schlutz round the outside, got the momentum. Can he cut across? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. It's Vika Schlutz, the Dutchman, takes it from another Dutchman. It's Dutch 1, 2, 3, because there's Ruben Bouton, but Kuba Pucholski leads, but Vika Schlutz has taken the lead of the British Rental Kart Championship with less than 2 minutes to go. There he is, golden helmet. There's Bram Gelton. Now what's Bram Gelton going to do about this? Schlutz has come right up the field.
Final pit stop is in. Sorry, this is Pucholski. He needs to get out quickly. It's green on the first one. It is green on the second one. He leaves the pit lane. It's going to be close.
And he's going to lose a place to Sam Slater. Yes, he does. Slater through to 4th place from way down the order. He qualified what he would consider in a poor position, but Sam Slater, those early stops, he's up to 4th place. Everybody's made all the pit stops. It's a race to the flag now, and leading that race to the flag is Vika Schlutz. Vika Schlutz, he's won all of his heat races. Amazing performance by the young Dutchman, and here he comes. There's Vika Schlutz, golden helmet. He's in 1st place and no pit stops remaining. Bram Gelton, though, is following him. It's a Dutch 1, 2, 3 at the moment, because there is Vika Schlutz, there is Bram Gelton, and they're followed by Ruben Bouton as Bouton in 3rd. So Vika Schlutz leads the way. There's 51 seconds on the board. So, Anthony, Vika Schlutz, what a performance.
Stellar performance from the young driver again. It just shows that, you know, he's got some serious talent out there. He had maximum points at the end of the first day. Did struggle at the start of today, but really came out of his shell now in the final.
Absolutely, here he is. There's less than half a minute to go. We're probably going to be getting the board next time around for the last lap. We'll check on that. It's going to be close though. Vika Schlutz, he is young, he is fast, he has a bright future in karting, and it looks like that may begin with this championship success. Vika Schlutz turns in at the end of the straight there. He's got a bit of breathing space to Bram Gelton, as much as can be said, because it's only a couple of kart lengths. But Vika Schlutz, and looks like a battle behind, but with Barsh and Pucholski. But we are looking at Schlutz. This is the last lap. This is for the championship. This is for £1,000. He's going to convert that one into euros if he wins it. And round this final fast corner for the last time. This is the end of the British Rental Kart Championship. Down the backstretch, Bram Gelton is not close enough. It's not going to be Gelton. It's going to be Vika Schlutz. Surely, through the final corners, he's got one more corner between him and £1,000 and the ticket to the World Championship. Vika Schlutz, 2023 British Rental Kart Championship champion. Vika Schlutz, Bram Gelton, close second. Ruben Bouton's very close 3rd indeed. Fastest lap went to Bram Gelton in his pursuit on the last lap, but what a performance there. Vika Schlutz from Holland has won the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. You can see his exultation. He's absolutely delighted there, and there he gets the handshake from Sam Slater, who came through to 4th place. Bram Gelton was 2nd, of course, and Ruben Bouton's 3rd. So Schlutz, Gelton, Bouton's, Slater, Pucholski, Barsh, Holler up to 7th, Ivan Shana 8th, and retiring Panero and Briley. They're down with you, Anthony, in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. And before they've even got out of the karts, you can see the emotion. It's absolutely fantastic. You can see here, and you can see the Blue Star team, Ruben Boutin, 6-time British Rental Kart Champion, congratulating now a 1-time British Rental Karting Champion. And you know, he's doing the right thing. He's getting the weight out now, and he's got to weigh himself. He's got to get that all done. Of course, the race really isn't over until they get off the scales. So here we go then. He's off the scales, and it is all good. Let's get to Vika Schlets as he celebrates. And the photos coming in now. The emotion there captured by Lee Marshall, Roman Pinheiro congratulating as well as Pacholski.
I'll tell you what, I'll come around this way. Let's climb over that wall.
Vika, don't worry about the weights, mate. You're done. You can just... Oh, he needs to weigh himself still. Sorry, he needs to weigh himself. I thought he'd weighed himself. Sorry. Ooh, there we go. Don't want to do anything that we want to do there. Make sure he's good.
Anthony.
He's good. Hello, yes.
Just get a word with you. What a performance this has been. Vika Schlets, new champion.
Yes, I know. Can you believe it? It's been absolutely fantastic. It's such a shame, obviously, for the rest of the drivers. You know, everyone's put in a stellar performance, but...
I'm going to get some words with a couple of people. We're going to start with Sam Slater.
Well, yeah, you go for it. You go for it.
Amazing performance, mate. Really got to hand it to you. You qualified down the order. Not happy with that, but setting fast lap after fast lap up to 4th. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm very happy with that, but at the same time, what could have been, you know, it's one tiny mistake in a qualifying lap, and what could have been a title is a 4th place.
Well, yes, but you undid it magnificently. This is the sort of performance that we all admire, so great job there, Sam. Back next year?
Yeah, absolutely. I did set myself a target to win this before 2024, so
one year to go. What about the Swedish Championship later in the year? You're up for that one, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming this high up in this one is definitely going to motivate me to keep pushing. So, yeah, it doesn't stop there.
Absolutely. Well, great job, Sam. Up to 4th place. Fantastic result there by Sam Slater. Let's see. Have you got anyone?
Yeah. We've got Vika here. Vika, congratulations. Well done. You are the British Rental Karting Champion of 2023. Congratulations.
Yeah, really. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It's unbelievable. It was so hard, but. I made it, yeah.
You go home with that £1,000, which I'm sure you're going to be converting to euros, so you're welcome for that. Yeah, it's what a result that is. I mean, tell us some of the emotions that you must be feeling.
Yeah, I was driving in the beginning, and I made my first pit stop. And then Matt Bartsch was in front of me, and he was a little bit defending, of course. Yeah, it was really difficult to take up the pace because it's really slippery now at the track. So I take my second pit stop. And then I was driving, and I saw I was coming, but I thought, oh, Bram will really close with me. But when I was over the line, it was, yes.
We were talking about you being one of the favourites going all the way through this weekend. You know, maximum points at the end of Saturday. A little bit shaky at the start of this morning, but you came through in that final. And again, your family, friends, all being so supportive here. It means a lot to them as well.
Yeah, I'm really proud of them all, and I know, yeah, I don't know what to say. It's unbelievable.
Well, congratulations once again. We'll let you bask in the glory of being 2023 British Rental Kart Champion.
Anthony, we're going to get a word here with the runner-up. It's Bram Gelton. Bram Gelton, can we catch a quick word? Bram, it was a really, really tough fight there. You made him work for it. Okay, he's won the championship, but by heck, he had to beat you to do it. It was looking good for you, though. How do you feel?
Yeah, I didn't expect a podium from P5. In the beginning, they were just pulling away from me, and then, I don't know, I found like 2 tenths and could claw back to Vika. But insane from Vika, yeah.
Outstanding performance from you, though, Bram. You really made him work for it. It was very close over the line there. If he'd made the slightest mistake, you'd have taken him, no question at all.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my pit stops were already on the edge, and it wasn't enough, so.
Well, that starts 2023 for you, Bram. What are you doing for the championships this year? Are you racing the World Championship, the Dutch Championship? What have you got in mind?
Yeah, of course, the World Championship in Kortrijk, in Italy, the Coppa Campioni, and just local challenges. Yeah.
Fantastic, Bram. Well, it's good to see you here. Congratulations on taking place, and we wish you well. All right. Good luck. Good luck. Anthony, have you anyone else? Shall we find someone?
We can find someone. There are many people around here.
We'll grab someone.
Go on,
Let's
James.
have a word with Ruben Booters.
Go on. I'll let you
interrupt,
squeeze through.
Ruben.
Go on.
It's the British Rental Kart Championship. We always get a word with you, but so very often, 6 times it's been for the first place. This time, of course, it's third. Last year was second, wasn't it? Third, so twice third now. How are you feeling for your race, your competition this year?
Yeah, I'm really happy. First of all, I'm super proud of Vika. He really deserved this win. He drove a fantastic weekend, so really cool to see him winning and to join him on the podium as second Blue Star driver. I can only be really happy. It's my 8th podium here in 9 times that I've been here, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Absolutely, Ruben. And obviously, it's always great to have you here, but every time you're a contender. This time, though, does it feel as though it's been a little bit more difficult? There's been a few struggles, it seems. Obviously, in the beginning stage there, getting bumped back to 5th place, that will have hurt a bit?
Yeah, definitely. My first race just set back all my chances on the title. I think if I wouldn't have had that penalty, I would have had the 5th or 4th card pick now, and then I think you have a completely different final, because now I had the 7th card pick, so you already know, despite the small differences, that you don't have the really the best card, so you have to fight for every 10th of a second. So the first race actually made my weekend quite difficult, but yeah, in the end I made the mistake myself, so I can only blame myself, and I have to learn from it, and I'm really happy that I kept focused and I'm back on the podium, which is always good in an event like this with so many strong drivers, so I'm happy.
It's been an epic tournament. We've seen some wonderful racing. I've been lucky enough to be able to watch it all, you know. Going forward through the year, what have you got remaining? Obviously, the World Championships. What about the various national champs? Obviously, Dutch Championship again for you.
Yeah, in Holland there's not really Dutch Championship organized this year, so my main focus will be on the Belgian National Championship, because that's the perfect preparation for the World Championship on the same track in Kortrijk. And then the World Championship, of course, in July, and then afterwards you always have the Polish Championship at the end of the summer, so that's always high on my list as well.
Excellent. Well, Ruben Boutens, it's been great to see you again, once again on the podium. 6 times former champion, this time 3rd place, Ruben Boutens. Let's see who else. Oh, we've got Anthony.
Yeah, we've got Kuba Pacholski here. Kuba, you know, a brilliant race in that one. Not the result that you wanted, of course, but the latest of our pit stoppers out there. Talk us through that race for you.
Yeah, this race was really hard because all the guys in front got the best cars because of their points position before the final. It was hard, but in the first stages I was feeling real fast, and I got the best lap for a few laps. But then everyone started to keep pushing, keep doing better times, and it was hard to keep this on first, second, or 3rd place.
This year's competition, would you say, has excelled previous years?
Yeah, definitely, because last time from my side I was only in a semi-final. I won only 1 race. This year I won 2 races. It was nearly a 3rd race to win. It was really good, I think, performance from my side. But anyway, from the side of the organizers, the championship is looking better and better from the year to year, and this is what I really like when organizer don't sleep and keeps doing something to make the championship better. It's definitely good work from you.
Excellent stuff. Well, take a bow on that one. 5th place in the final of the British Rental Kart Championship is still a tall order for that one. But where are we going to see you next?
I think I'm gonna start. I'm gonna see. Honestly, I don't know right now. There's a little bit break for like a month, but I'm gonna be in Germany in the next week for 3-hour race before the German Indoor Kart Championship. So you can watch me.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations. 5th place there for Kuba Pacholski.
Great stuff, Anthony. Well, behind we've got Dennis Holler. Here is Dennis Holler. And Dennis, gosh, you've had such a strong tournament, really looking good, topping the tables everywhere. Final, of course, it gets a lot tougher when you get there. How do you feel?
Yeah, a little bit disappointed, to be honest. Yeah, so started quite good into the championship. Yeah, did 4 good heats. Yeah, started always from pole. Felt very confident in the quali lap, to be honest. Yeah, then I made the very first mistake in the semi-final. So I said, yeah, keep head down and keep going. It will be fine in the final. And then I, to be honest, did not expect these slippy conditions in that one lap. So I missed it in the snail already, and I know, okay, yeah. So in the end, it was a tough final for me. I tried to undercut all of them with two very early pit stops. Then I was unlucky again, stucking and had to overtake. And yeah, in the end, 7 seconds are missing to the victory. But yeah, shout out to Vika. He did very well during the whole championship, and he was so strong. So I think he is really the well-deserved winner. Yeah.
Yeah, he wins it this year. Obviously, you made the final there. You're talking about the early pit stops that you made. It looked as though there was a lot of people pushing around on those first few laps. Did it, at that point, did you think, yeah, it's necessary to get out of this, concentrate on some fast laps without all these guys racing each other, pushing and shoving?
Yeah, exactly. That was the strategy. Yeah, I tried to avoid all this pushing and bumping and defending things in the very first laps. So I thought, okay, I can undercut them. But I've seen a lot of other guys had also the same idea. Like Sam, he also did a great race, to be honest. And yeah, it paid off in the end.
Superb, Dennis. Obviously a finalist this year. Will we see you here next year?
Yeah, of course.
And what about the rest of the season for you? Obviously, there's the World Championships in Belgium, just over the border from you in Germany. What about the rest of the season? The German Championships, Belgian, anything else?
Yeah, the Belgian is not clear. Also, not the KWC. I will see. I will go to the German edition, which is the first one for sure. It's a very nice track in Germany.
Where is that?
It's in the east, in Grimma. It's close to Leipzig. It's really a well-known track in Germany. It's indoor and outdoor. And then I will for sure do the CCK in September, I guess, and also some endurance races, yeah.
Fantastic, Dennis. Well, we look forward to seeing you next year. Best of luck the rest of the year. Of course, the World Championship, favourite of many. Good luck, Dennis. Thank you for coming. Cheers. Okay, Anthony, so we're getting ever closer to the podium celebrations. We'll see what's going on here. Yep. We'll also see if we can search out some folks along this area here. It looks like we've got Ivan Shana. We're going to push in here. Ivan, I know you're talking, but can we grab a word with you for the camera here? Ivan Shana, obviously you've had a great tournament. We've seen good success for you earlier on. You've made it through to the final. How was the final for you?
Well, I finished sort of kind of there last year too, but this year was so much better because my pace was, even though I had a last car pick, even though I had a slower kart, the car quality was really good, don't take it bad. I had a slower kart, I could go with Ruben for laps, then I could go with Dennis for minutes, so that's such a huge improvement on my side. And hopefully we can see this level of driving in Hungary in the future, because I want to bring these drivers to Budapest. They don't know that yet, but I will.
Well, you've performed brilliantly this year, Ivan. Are we expecting an entry from you next year in this championship?
For sure, for sure.
We'll be back. And in the meantime, obviously, we've got the entire 2023 season. So, obviously, the World Championships in Belgium. Will you be doing other national championships? What are your plans?
Well, I have a lot of things planned out. Next up is the 24 hours in Kortrijk in Belgium. That's where the World Championship is.
Good practice for the World Championship.
Indeed. I will be driving 4 hours in a single day, so that's going to be some good challenge, I think.
Excellent. Well, we wish you well, Ivan, and see you next year. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, then, Anthony, it looks like we are getting ever closer. Yeah. If you can find anyone to talk to, that's great. But meantime, I'll just get the heads up on what's going to be going on.
Pretty much.
Further on down.
Yeah, I'm sure if we can find someone, we've got a lot of the drivers here. I can't have a beer right now. It was very nice. No, I can't have a beer, thank you. Even though I would love one, but thank you. Roman, you're having a beer here. Obviously, one of the retirements from the final, obviously devastating for you. But, you know, you've had a brilliant weekend still with race wins.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I thought the final wasn't achievable after that missed pit stop. And once I made it, I was very, very happy. I knew I had a bad car pick. And I had to do a very good qualifying lap, which I didn't do. So it just didn't go my way in the final. But I know, seeing last year, this year, you know, I can have a chance at winning following year if I get rid of these mistakes. So we'll see what happens. And very proud, thanks to all the organization. I think it's been phenomenal, like always. Been a bit colder than last year, because in January. And you guys as well for the hard work, you know, because I know you put very long hours, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., a couple of days in the weekend, so I know it's hard. So thank you to all, and Martin especially for sponsoring the event. And my teammates, you know, because I think they're brilliant. Besides this, I hope you guys had a good time. We put a good show, and then we try and see you again next year.
Exactly that, Roman. Thank you so much. Enjoy the celebrations and the drinks. There are plenty of drivers around here that weren't in the finals as well. We've got one here who's a very familiar face. Gary Jones, come on have a chat with you. You weren't in the final yourself, but you stuck around. You were watching the racing. Personally, from your point of view as a spectator and a driver, what did you think of that final?
Absolutely amazing. I mean, at the end of half an hour with 2 pit stops each, I think the top 6 were all in the S's. Like the snail section, yeah, just unbelievable. And having a look at the times, it's just consistent. A couple of tenths of a second between the whole field. It's just amazing. To get into the semi-final for me is brilliant, but I could never get into the final with that. Just pure talent. It's amazing.
Every time you were in the top 3, of course, through the heats, it was always a big smile on your face, one of those. What year are we going to see you in the finals and winning one of these things?
Never. However, I've got a couple of lads that are coming up, so hopefully in the next couple of years, maybe kind of 10 years, maybe one of them might win. But I'm quite sure it's not going to be me.
You're back next year, yes?
Absolutely, yes, I'll be back. It's a fantastic championship, organised really well. I would just like to say thank you to every single member of staff that works here, because the hours they put in has just been unbelievable. For yourself and James as well, thank you very much.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much to Gary Jones there, who's getting ready. James.
Anthony, it's been a fantastic tournament. We're just waiting for some final details on the results. I'll go and sort that out with the organiser in a second, just so we're on top of that. I will double check. We've got a commentator award, which fortunately I get to choose. Now,
do you?
I'm going to speak to you privately on the side there to just get your agreement. So we're going to move out of view of the camera.
Okay.
We're going to knock the microphones off so nobody hears.
Okay, perfect.
Sorry.
Interesting.
qualifying lap of the weekend. That should probably come with 14. I am going to have to go. Yeah. And then team. And then individual. Masters, Genevieve, or do you want to start with Genevieve because it's not a performance related one? Okay, so that's fine, let's do that. Then we can introduce who they are. Makes sense. Can I take this list when you I'll do it for you. So fastest qualifier award is for the single fastest qualifying lap of the weekend over every race. The prize is don't let him leave. Well, do it patiently. Don't give it away. Yeah. How close are we? I think pretty close. Get the list and go. I think pretty close. Yeah. As long as Phil's... I'm going to have to shoot, yes, mate. Yeah, no, well. Still drive the list. Good one. The real thing. There's Mark.
Vaguely. Second was
Yeah, what your girl swapped it for a vertical beam, so they put it in the same.
You're right there, Martin. You're giving out the trophies, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You do one, I'll do one.
Yeah, superb. Great. I'd like to get it underway if that's all right. Do you want to bring Emma over?
It's just getting them. Are
Yeah.
you doing that one first? You know, the champagne bottle.
We're doing the M4M fastest qualifier award.
It's a champagne bottle and £100 in cash.
Oh, you hero. Yeah. Is that right?
Just wait. Just check with Phil. But it should be.
Yeah. Okay, then, everybody, we're getting very close to the prize giving now. So, if everybody's ready, we're going to be giving out the trophies. A number of awards here. So, obviously, if music can be turned down. So, we've got a number of awards. We've got the M4M Fastest Qualifier Award, the Cam Home Masters Award. We've got the Genevieve Reason Commentators Choice Award, always an interesting one. And we've got the Team Champions, and then, of course, the podium finishers from the Grand Final itself. So, we'll be getting ready with that and just finalising what is being dished out by whom. We're going to have Martin and Emma from event sponsors M4M Timber Products, so we'll be welcoming them to the front. They're going to be giving out the trophies that they are kindly sponsoring. So just waiting confirmation, good to go? 1 second. Yeah. Can't believe how cold it is. So, British Rental Kart Championship 2023 has been concluded now. We've seen on track what the results are, but there may be some surprising results in the other spot prizes as we begin to get the awards ceremony underway. We're just waiting for confirmation of a couple of things from the organisation as everyone moves in ready. We have from M4M Timber Products, it's going to be Martin and Emma that will be handing out the trophies. They have been an event sponsor for this event and obviously sponsoring a team. And of course, Sean Briley was the top performer in that team. He made it to the final. So very good performance from that. Ramon Pinero was also on that team, another finalist. They've had a bit of a good weekend all round as in terms of results, that's for sure. So just waiting to know that we are good to go. So Phil. Yeah, okay, so we're going to present the first awards. I'm going to step slightly to one side because I want to give the floor here to Martin and Emma. Now, the first award we're going to give out is the M4M Fastest Qualifier Award. That is for the fastest qualifying lap in any race this weekend. And impressively, that goes to the amazing Vika Schlett. Step forward, Vika. Champagne and £100. My goodness, Vika, you're going to be rich. Fantastic, mate. How are you feeling?
I'm really good.
Superb. Take your award, Vika. Vika Schlett's Fastest Qualifier Award. Now, the next award is the Cam Ho Masters Award. Now, obviously it's a little bit of a while ago now, but Cam Ho, of course, was an original driver in the BRKC, raced at world level as well. Now, Cam Ho, unfortunately, died while competing in a kart event over on the other side of town. And we have this award for the Masters, the over 40 drivers. And this year, the award for the Cam Ho Masters goes to Gary Jones. Come forward, Gary Jones. Martin from M4M, into the camera there, Martin. Gary Jones, well done indeed, Gary. So take your award. Gary Jones, how does it feel to win the Cam Ho Masters Award?
Really good.
Excellent. Well, you can see he's pleased. So a great job there by Gary Jones from the Unthinkables. And unthinkably, he's come forward to win the trophy there, the Camho Award. Now, the next award is another memorial trophy. It's the Genevieve Reason Award. Genevieve Reason was a very popular employee here at Formula Fast, and unfortunately a number of years ago she tragically died in a road accident. So we have the Genevieve Reason Award in her honour. Now Genevieve Reason would always have really enjoyed someone putting in a great performance. It doesn't really matter how it turns out, but a great spectacular performance would have got Genevieve Reason's attention. So this year I'm going to give it to someone who performed spectacularly in what I consider one of the best races we've ever seen in the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Sean Brierley. He came through right from the back in the semi-final race to book a place in the final. So you are the commentator's choice, Sean. Spectacular. He made it into the final from the back of a semi-final race. Unbelievable. It was one of the most impressive performances we've ever seen. Genevieve Reason, Commentator's Award to Sean Brierley. Okay then, the team champions. So, and that is actually a result of which I do not know. Who won it? Well, how about that? The winning team, he entered 3 of them. He drove for none of them. There was a memorial ceremony for his grandfather, Rodney. But coming through and taking the team award, it's Bradley Shepherd Racing! Bradley Shepherd, he was so busy entering teams, he forgot to enter himself. A space came free and Shepherd came through, even though he was racing for none of his teams. So the team award, Bradley Shepherd Racing. So Bradley Shepherd Racing, the team award. How does it feel? Dante Dillon, let's have a word with you.
Feels very good. Obviously, these boys next to me kind of carried me during this championship. Obviously, they enjoyed the final. I enjoyed watching the final. But they did very well. But we did very well in semis to secure it. Yeah, very pleased.
And you didn't lead all the way, so it was a real fight back there. Making the final, though, Sam Slater. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I think all 4 of these guys drove brilliantly all weekend, and to have 3 of us in the top 4 before going into the final on points was incredible. Couldn't have had it any better myself.
International team. So Matt Barsh from Poland, you're on this team. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to drive for BSR. First time we drive and we make awesome results. So I hope so we make a win next year.
It was very good indeed, mate. Dennis, the German entrant on the team, how do you feel?
Yeah, well, obviously great. So, by the way, thanks to Bradley, who has done it for us, and I think it's a big applause for him that he has done everything for us. Yeah.
Absolutely, and the mastermind himself, Bradley Shepherd. How you feel, Bradley?
Yeah, it's been incredible, to be honest. We've wanted this for a long time, and these boys have put in an incredible performance this weekend, and yeah, I'm so proud of all of them.
Absolutely, well done indeed. Bradley Shepherd Racing. Okay, so there was the team award. However, of course, the British Rental Kart Championship is an individual event, so now we come to the main part, the overall podium. There were 100 drivers, got whittled down to 30, got whittled down to 10, and the top 3 of those 10, let's hear it. 3rd place, we've seen him on the top step, this time it's 3rd, it's Ruben Boutens, his 8th podium in the British Rental Kart Championship. Ruben Boutens. There's Emma from M4M Timber Products presenting Ruben Boutens with the 3rd place trophy. He's heading for the 2nd step, but it's 3rd, Ruben. Okay, so Ruben Boutens 3rd. Let's hear it for Ruben Boutens. 2nd place. He fought well. It was a very close finish. It's Bram Galton. Fantastic result there, Bram. 2nd place. Bram Galton. There's only one winner. It was a close-fought contest. He won all his heat races. He came through in the end from a slightly lower starting position in the final, it has to be said. But the winner of the 2023 British Rental Kart Championship is Vika Schlitz. Well done indeed, mate. Fantastic result. The winner, Vika Schlitz, he walks out of here with the trophy, with £1,000, and with an entry to the World Championship later in the year. So the top three, it's Ruben Boutens third, Bram Gelton second, and the winner, Vika Schlitz, for the British Rental Kart Championship 2023. Quite fast, Can't do the new jacket. Okay, so that's that wraps up the British Rental Kart Championship for 2023. And we look forward to welcoming you all back to Formula Fast next year. Roll on, the 2024 British Rental Kart Championship. It's good night from me, James Auld, Anthony Jordan, who's been in the pit lane, Scruffy Bear Productions, here in Formula Fast Milton Keynes. And see you all next year for the 2024 British Rental Kart Championship. Good night. All right, Brad.